What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is a summery day over here at Polderbaan, which is being used for arrivals at the moment. We have wind. Luckily, there's a little breeze. We have our first airplane coming in, KLM flight 1600, arriving from Rome. It's a 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 15 minutes. 16-year-old airplane, first flight December 2007. And a very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Hope you're doing well. Hope it is decently cool where you are at right now. You can see the windmills spinning in the background. Now I am awaiting the arrival of JD, who is on his way from Düsseldorf to Amsterdam probably already. Should be good to see him again. Was contemplating initially to go to a different location today, but with the current runway use and also with the fact that JD was going to come, this is the best place to come to. Easiest to find, easiest to park, no issues, no hassle. Ryanair up next, arriving from Dublin. Still a bit further out. Let's do a rundown of the current status quo. First, the weather. We have wind, luckily, blowing from the east-southeast. 6 knots, 204. It's CAV okay. It's 24 degrees Celsius already. That's 80 Fahrenheit already. High pressure. No significant changes expected. The wind expectation for today. The wind is expected to turn more to the south. Stay the same all throughout the day, more or less. Current runway use at the moment. Outbound, Kaagbaan, Aalsmeerbaan. Interesting expected runway use though. If you check it out, Kaagbaan will be used for starts, but also for arrivals later. And then Buitenveldebaan will be used for departures. Polderbaan will be used for arrivals throughout the upcoming hours, but Kaagbaan is doing both inbound and outbound. Oh, it's still pretty far out. We already saw 747s early in the morning arrive. There is one underway still. I'm not sure with the current runway use if we are going to see it. This one arriving from Mumbai is expected 1:05 and the Emirates A380 is late, just before 2 o'clock. Let's see. Between 1 and 2, arrivals on Kaagbaan and Polderbaan starting on runway 09. So between Kaagbaan and Polderbaan, these two airplanes will have to pick, or ATC will have to pick more precisely. I'm not sure if those two airplanes will be directed to the Polderbaan or to the Kaagbaan when both are open. We will have to see. Hopefully we won't melt away before then. It's already quite warm. Luckily there is a little bit of wind that makes it a bit more bearable. The sun is out full blast, as you can see. Blue sky in the background, and that is all over the place over here. Ryanair flight 420 arriving from Dublin. Also nice and noisy. Good morning to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Jendrossek already was present at 8 o'clock. Cargolux came in with a 747 sound show. Yeah, they were early today. I suppose you're no longer around then. Pity, would have been a nice get together. Already another German guy was over here. I'm not sure, he walked past me after we struck a short conversation further to the north. He must be around still. Polderbaan drawing in international audiences. And JD already at AMS, nice. Embraer 175 KLM arriving from Berlin, flight 1772, PHEXR, 6 years old, first flight October 2017. Let's see, 3 airplane glide slope shot. We have Croatia A319 arriving from Zagreb. Behind it, the now number 3 is KLM flight 618. That's a 7879 arriving from Boston, where international bosses go to. We have local bosses we send to Basel in Switzerland. International bosses go to Boston. Ohio gozaimasu, Japanese characters, welcome back. And all others who have joined in the meantime, good morning or good evening or good night perhaps. Nice 2 airplane glide slope shot. Croatia Airlines A319 arriving from Zagreb, flight 450 in the foreground, 1 hour 36 minutes underway. The 9A which frequently visits the Netherlands. The airplane is 12 years old. First flight March 2012. And a third airplane should be turning in the background from the left, according to flight radar. It's 737 arriving from Paris. Oh yeah, there it is. Need to keep the shot even wider than I already was. Morgan, Armin, and Maria, Austrian Wolf, good morning. Awesome, Jendrossek also comes over on his bike. Will you take the cool chopper bike? That is so awesome. You guys really need to see, if you haven't already. Now where is JD? Wo bist du? Wo bist du? Of the show, KLM flight 618, having returned from Boston, Massachusetts, 7879. Jendrossek will be coming on the chopper, awesome. Hey Marissa, hey Liewe, goedemorgen, good morning. Right, JD is already on the premises and Jendrossek is coming back. Well, he was already here early in the morning. He will come back with his beautiful chopper bike. You guys really have to see that. Meanwhile, the runway used today, a bit odd. Polderbaan will be used for arrivals expectedly all throughout. Kaagbaan, runway 0624, will be used in both directions for arrivals and for departures. Runway 09 will be used for departures. And we have one 747 and an A380 underway, both arriving between 1 and 2 o'clock, which means 2 runways open for arrivals, and those would be the Kaagbaan and the Polderbaan. So between the two, for 2 airplanes arriving from the east, I am not sure yet which runway they will be assigned to. We might be unlucky, we might be very lucky. KLM 1402 this was, arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Iris asks, what is your favorite airplane? Pooh! There are so many that I like. There are so few that I don't like. 747 I like, A350 I like, A220 I like. And that is just the regular airplanes, the passenger airplanes. Military, like the F-14, like the F-16. There is so much to choose from. A harder question would be, which airplanes don't you like? Very difficult, very difficult. Bon dia, Joao. Maat, goedemorgen. Omar, good morning. Summer in UK, nice. Happy to hear that you guys are having similar weather. Finally. Yeah, that's right, Marissa. Finnair A321. At first glance, looking like an A350, but a counterfeit, a cheap replica. Oh no! No, L-Q-E, Q. I thought it was an O. I thought it was the oh no, but it wasn't. Hey Jillard, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Enjoying your holidays, I hope? EasyJet A320 arriving from Edinburgh up next. Transavia 737-800 arriving from Verona in the background. Oh wow. Despite the beginning of the vacation, summer vacation in the Netherlands, now as of yesterday the entire country, or at least the school-going children, have their summer holiday. Still relatively calm in the air over here at the moment. Morgen Marcel en Jesse. Mario, guten Morgen. Hey there Basil, good morning. Doing fine, thank you for asking. Couldn't be better. Nice weather. And soon to be in good company. Que está? Right. The Gesta. Dutch plane spotter, goedemorgen. YouTube fan, good morning. Japanese character says, I like airplanes and fly live streaming every night. Cool. Also some nice streams from Japan, from Haneda, other airports. Transavia flight 5462 up next, arriving from Verona. 1 hour 27 minutes underway. And we'll have to wait a little bit. Next airplane to arrive is going to be an A320neo arriving from Malta, which is now flying over Markermeer, just a little to the west of Lelystad. That's the center province of Flevoland. Used to be water, but Dutchies made land of it. I think it was Mr. Leegwater who was in charge of it all, or who thought of it, or who had something to do with it. I haven't seen the firefighters yet. They've yet to do their lap, I think. Or if they snuck behind me. No, they're still... Oh, have they returned already? Did they do a lap around the main platform area or something? Interesting. Interesting. Meanwhile, and luckily there is a little bit of wind over here. Thank God for that. Would have been unbearable otherwise. But yeah, it seems that the firefighters have already done their lap. Looking up and around me. Let me show you, big picture wise. Zero clouds. Well, no, that's not true. Not exactly zero clouds. There are some high clouds in the east. But that is it. If you look in the sky, it is completely devoid of any contrails and remnants, contrail remnants. Means this is another one of those days where it's probably hard to see overhead traffic unless you happen to spot it when they pass by. Do have more tractors over there. They're going to fertilize. I think they might go out to fertilize. Good morning, Lee. Mrs. Professor, good morning. It is a beautiful day over here. Luckily a little bit of wind. Otherwise it would have been unbearable. It is already 24C. 80F approximately. On the scale of chimney smoke, things currently look like this. You can actually see that the windmills in the background are spinning a little bit. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Big Al, good morning. Catherine, editing wireless radar, good morning. From Japan, Tokyo. More Japanese people from Japan finding the show. Ohio gozaimasu to all. Sander, goedemorgen. Niels, goedemorgen. Warm everywhere. Wexa Chizek, good morning. Alacid dos Santos Nascimento Santos. Good morning. En Pietje Peuk, goedemorgen. Right, A320neo Air Malta or KLM Malta. It should be flying somewhere in the background. Can we see it? It should be visible in theory, if you know where you need to look. That's always the hard part. You see something on flight radar, you scan and hope for the best. Gotcha. I gotcha now, sucker. Right. KLM Malta A320neo. All the way over there. Flying base. First next airplane to arrive. Flight 394. Now turning in. Thank you for your kind words, Pietje Puk. And you also have a lovely day. We do expect thunderstorms later today, but that is going to be, I think, in the evening, the early evening or perhaps even the late evening, and only initially pertains to the southeast of the Netherlands, the southeasternmost provinces. For those provinces, the Dutch Met Office has issued a code yellow for tonight due to thunderstorms. They might also pass over the Netherlands, the rest of the Netherlands, but that will probably happen overnight. And come tomorrow, only the northeast is expected to have some issues with showers in the morning still. So I think I might be good for another stream tomorrow at the regular time of day as well. Hadi Anja. Of course I look out. I have 1.5 liters of vodka with me. Sunscreen with me. Applied already sunscreen before going out. Should be good here. As long as there's wind. That's the most important thing. As long as it doesn't become wind still. Right, KLM Malta. Gear is still up. Looks a bit pixelated. That's because this is nearly 400 times digital zoom in addition to the optical zoom. But at least I think we can see the gear extending now. Yep, unmistakably. Even though it looks pixelated. Let's go back to a bit more decent zoom level. We have another airplane approaching from the west. KLM flight 1070 arriving from Southampton, and Embraer 175. Paul H, good morning. Matt, goedemorgen. Aloha Jinshin, good to see you again, mate. EasyJet A319 arriving from Prague. Now just finished crossing marker Mir, approaching from the east. Looks to become the third airplane to arrive. Hey, 777 arriving from Johannesburg, also coming this way. Flying over Leiden, or more or less in the vicinity of Leiden. That's a 777-300ER. Now Arnoud, a massive big thank you for your super sticker, a pink ice cream cone. Thank you so much for that, my friend. Ice cream is certainly welcome on days like today. Oh, so too is water, vodka, our water and vodka. And I'm from the Maltese Islands, just so you know. What's going on in the tower? See, they have the blinds semi-shut, like they did yesterday initially in the morning. Hey, there's the 777. Seven 300 arrival from Johannesburg. Passing overhead. It will land on this runway, if I'm not mistaken. Air Icarus. Don't fly too near to the sun. So, next up, KLM flight 1070, arrival from Southampton. Alan asks, do you have any holidays during August at all? Well, the summer holidays over here have just begun, so they are typically 6 weeks or so. So, I think most holidays over here are somewhere until the second half of August. Right, Embraer 175, 49 minutes, 50 minutes on the way now. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. Hey Danny, hey Ange, hey Shamara. Good morning to you all, and all others who have joined in the meantime. Welcome to the show. Arrivals right now at Polderbaan, expected to be the runway for arrivals throughout the stream. Kaagbaan, a mixed bag. Both used for inbound traffic at times, predominantly for outbound right now. The runway next to the McDonald's, runway 0927, will only be used today, or at least is expected to be used only for outbound traffic to the east. So there's a 747 and an A380 on the way right now that are both expected to arrive between 1 and 2 p.m. local time. That's normally a time slot where 2 runways for inbound traffic are open. Those 2 runways are expected to be runway 06 and runway 18 right. So between Kaagbaan and Polderbaan, it will be interesting to see where these 2 behemoths will be sent to. Not sure yet, but I think that there is a reasonable likelihood that it might go to they both might go to Polderbaan, or at least one of them. Hans, morning. Amos Live, home of the one more Embraer. Yeah, that might become our logo over here. Never enough. Morning, John. Tuning in from San Fran. 52F, very windy, but it's still nighttime over there, of course. Adriaan, goedemorgen. Adriaan says that the last day of the school holidays will be September 1st. Well, it feels like the wind is picking up slowly. Morning. JD has arrived. What is up, JD? Morgen. I guess this wasn't as difficult to find as the previous spot, was it? No, absolutely a breeze.
Longer way to drive.
Yeah.
It's easier to find.
Way easier to find. You can just put it in Google Maps. Exactly. You're still dressed pretty warm, I think.
Just afraid to get sunburned. That's why.
If you apply sunscreen in copious amounts and reapply in time, you should be fine. But long sleeves. Yeah, well, absolutely. Well, this is my regular spot. You can see everything is trampled over here. This is the only part where the grass isn't a meter tall.
That's what I was hoping for. When I
Yeah.
I could hardly see you.
Yeah. If people sit down over here and they're not sitting over here, you cannot see the airplanes anymore. The grass is in the way, and they still haven't cut it. Yeah, it's not Schiphol's job, it's the municipality of Haarlemmermeer that needs to do it. What a difference, eh? I took it out of the case so that the wind can keep it a bit cooler. It's day and night difference, the brightness.
Perfect.
So much better than that old one. Also a little monitor makes it easier to. Otherwise you would have to look on the small screen. It is a bit more bulky, so you can only use it when it isn't windy. If it is too windy, then the whole setup is going to vibrate too much. So only in the summer maybe I can use it.
Camera is still the same. It's
Camera
attached to the camera.
Camera is still the same. Yeah.
For a multitasking talent like you.
Well, it makes it a little bit easier to spot the airplanes and also to see further in the distance. But you still have the reflections, and now that this is, what is it, 2600 nits, and this is I think 1600, which is still not little, but it's still, if you compare the brightness, it is.
I can hardly see what's on the top one.
Yeah, and that is still a relatively bright screen. If you would look at it from inside, it is pretty lit, but yeah, more reflections. There's also a Gorilla Glass over the Ultra that is more that absorbs the reflections much more.
Okay.
So it's not just the brightness that is better, but it's also much less reflections. Really a treat. As long as it doesn't dim because of overheating or as a preventative measure. Lufthansa, having arrived from Munich. You could have also taken the airplane from Düsseldorf. Yeah, I know, yeah. It might be a good idea for Schiphol to do rental bikes, not just have the NS issue rental bikes, but also maybe Schiphol itself. So the first CRJ of the day, Lufthansa Flight 2302, and also the first butt shot of the day. 13-year-old airplane, first flight December 2010. Let us quickly turn back.
Is it okay if I leave my luggage here and
Yeah, sure.
take out the camera
Of course.
and the tripod?
Of course, man. Silly question. This is KLM Flight 592. 777-300 arrived from Johannesburg. We saw it overhead before, now touching down after 10 hours and 18 minutes of flight. So you've got the camera, tripod and a borrowed 600mm lens with you. Nice. Well, you're gonna need a tripod when you use such long focal. Oh wow, that's a big mother.
It's not yet extended.
That's the camera, and that's there's even an extension piece in it, or what?
Fun?
Is that an extension piece for the lens, or is that the camera?
This is the camera.
Yeah.
And this is where the camera goes. So you have to attach the lens.
On the right you see the camera, in the bag, and this is the 600mm lens. Yeah. Luckily JD has brought a tripod along, so looking forward to the pictures you'll be able to make with those.
So am I.
Is it the first time you're going to use the lens, or have you tried it before already?
I tried it at home and
Okay.
to check whether it works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would be bummer if you had a lens with you that wasn't compatible with your camera. Rakete 88, good morning. Bernd, guten Morgen. This is KLM flight 1930 arriving from Geneva, Embraer 190. 1 hour and 13 minutes on the way, the PHEZP, FEZUP. And the FEZUP is 14 years old, first flight March 2010. Let's see, Tarom should be behind it. 737-700 today, no baby bus. And more airplanes are lining up behind it. The third airplane is a 737-700 from KLM, arriving from London Heathrow. Oh, go back to manual focus quickly. First up, KLM flight 1930, arriving from Geneva. That is where we send our money to, that we don't want the IRS to know about. We have a location for everything in Europe. Next up, Tarom, arriving from Bucharest, flight 361, 737-700. I'm curious, it is a Saturday, it's beautiful weather. The entire country has summer holiday now, so normally speaking, on days like today, later in the morning, it is going to get really busy. Might be that it is a little bit too warm today, but I wouldn't be surprised if in a few hours from now there would be hordes of people over here already.
Imagine the parking was kind of filling.
Yeah, it was already quite busy. I noticed that as well. Also on the roads in general. More busy than I thought it would be. Almost like a regular work day. Two hours and 27 minutes this airplane has flown to get here. The airplane is 20 years old, first flight October 2003. JD will at least be saving some money this weekend on spa visits, because this is a walk-in sauna that you're in already. No need to pay for that privilege. Hey, did you see in the chat Jendrossek is also coming over?
I thought he was coming tomorrow. That's
No. He was here this morning already, and he said, oh well, if JD is coming, I'm also hopping back on my bike. He lives in Haarlem, which the south east part. You can see those high rises over there. That is already the beginning of the city of Haarlem, so it's really not too far away from here. So he has a very awesome chopper bike. Like, it almost looks like a chopper motorcycle, but it is a regular bicycle. He said he would hop on it and come this way, so probably in an hour or so.
I was hoping to meet him.
Yeah, well, you're gonna.
And maybe I read it wrong in the chat, because I understood that he would only be here tomorrow.
Oh, well, I thought he said... Now, did I mistake? Am I mistaken now? I thought he said he was going to come over. I wouldn't be surprised if he will probably arrive from the north then. Wouldn't be surprised if he were to show up. Right, one of the many 737s arriving from London Heathrow. This is KLM flight 1002. No Wi-Fi on board by the looks of it, no hump. Real 737-700. Minutes of flight time, par for the course. 15-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. And we saw a CRJ come in, and we see a CRJ go out, and that is SAS. Yeah, it must be SAS, because Lufthansa would have flown to the south. Outbound. And again, looking around me, I don't see a single contrail in this. Oh wait, no. I say that, and in the background there is a little itty bitty contrail visible, only just. The airplane flies very far to the north already. More 737s, this one arriving from Lisbon. What time did you leave home, Jörg? Okay, that's still doable. That's still doable. Not a lot of traffic on the roads. No more border checks for inbound traffic to Germany since the championship is over.
There was a little bit of traffic around this trip.
Okay, yeah, could be. And last time you wanted to come here, they also shut down the south part of the ring around Amsterdam. So even if you would have come on that day, you would have been stuck in a traffic jam. My aunt celebrated her birthday on that Saturday, and when I visited her, she had her sister and her brother and sister-in-law coming over who live in the east of the country, and they took that route via Amsterdam, which you also would have had to take. It took them 1.5 hours longer than normally would be the case because everything had to be diverted over one other highway, so everybody was stuck in traffic. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Porto in Portugal, KLM flight 1570. No reversal landing. Doors stay shut. William, goedemorgen, good morning. Clementia, goedemorgen. Alan, good morning. Let's see, we have a bank robber arriving from Canada. Hide your money, quick, we still have a few moments. Air Canada flight 900 is coming to get our money. 7879 Dreamliner, 5 hours and 57 minutes on the way. It is in a hurry. Let's see if no. 9 years old, first flight July 2015. You can see a little itty bitty airplane behind it that is flying at a respectable distance. A319 arriving from Copenhagen. Bandit Canada indeed, Barry. Wolfgang says Etihad 777 from west to east near Alkmaar. Well, near Alkmaar is pretty far north already from over here. Really need stuff to be closer by, particularly if they don't produce a contra. I'm looking now over the camera to the north, not seeing any contrails whatsoever at the moment. I think right now, today, with no contra production, biggest chance of me being able to film something passing overhead would be if it was going to or from Frankfurt or Munich to the United States or Canada. Right, 7879, Dreamliner arriving from Montreal. Where's the money? This is a setup. Cool, cool. Let me see. And this is the full 600mm?
I think I had to zoom out a little in order to get it into the picture.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So no, wait a second. That was when the plane was landing. Is it? No,
That's architecture.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was when it was still airborne.
Yeah. Nice.
I'm curious
Yeah.
how they are going to be on the big screen.
How many megapixels is this?
8, I think.
If the biggest thing is, will it be in proper focus? If it's only a little bit out of focus, you won't see it on the little screen, but you will see it on the big screen, and then you'll be thinking, oh shit. shoot pictures in burst mode. Then at least there's always one that has the proper focus. If you can, if your memory card is big enough that you can shoot burst mode all the time, of course. Now let's see, EasyJet A319 arriving from Copenhagen. The next airplane to land. 1 hour and 2 minutes it has flown to get here. The LKQ. Nice thumb breaker. Hey there Michael, morning. Lise, goedemorgen. Ben Watcher, morning. And Richard tuning in from cold and white Rotterdam South. Snowy, eh? Nice. Well, plenty of snow in both Rotterdam and Antwerp these days. Lexachisic asks, where are the ducks? That's a good question. I think it's too warm for them to come out. We do know that ducks are notorious night owls. Over here, hard to see any. I haven't seen any yet. Only Russell Crowe briefly when I was walking up here. It's getting harder and harder to look into the water because of the overgrowing grass over here. What part of the water that we can see is totally devoid of any bird life. In fact, Jörg and I are about the only people standing out here in a vicinity of a couple of 100 meters. He is rolling up the sleeves. It is getting hot, absolutely. Well, it is already hot. It's only getting warmer. But the thunderstorms are only expected in the southeast of the country and only tonight or something. Most will pass overnight, and hopefully tomorrow morning, at least in the west, everything will be clear again. But much more moderate temperatures, much more convenient, bearable. Another E2 Embraer arriving from Zurich. KLM flight 1910. 1 hour and 13 minutes on the way. What's up? Right, so in the distance, a few high clouds over there. Yellow orb over there. No contrails. Hardly any people. Well, at least not in the vicinity. There are definitely people over there at the parking lot. Shit is getting overgrown here more and more by the day. Now, Jörg and I are over here on a little island of relatively shortcut grass. Morning, everyone. The rest is absolutely overgrown. Luckily, there's a little bit of wind over here. Iberia Express up next, flight 3722, A320, 1 hour 55 minutes on the way, 11-year-old airplane, the EC Lus. for an Iberian butt shot. Vamos! Adriaan says, first thunderstorm now in the middle of Belgium in the vicinity of Hasselt. Okay. Next up will be Transavia arriving from Ibiza. Flight 5680, 737-800, 2 hours and 6 minutes underway. Good morning Urs, and good morning Thomas, who's tuning in from Sweden. Seems, boy, as if you have to bring your own lawnmower next time. Yeah, maybe. But then I'm also going to send an invoice to the municipality of Haarlemmermeer, whose responsibility this actually is. Got an A320neo from EasyJet in the background arriving from Geneva, and the third airplane is approaching from the east, and that would be an Aegean A321 arriving from Athens. And we have a banana behind it. Hey there Gerrit, goedemorgen. Andy Q, good morning. Welcome one and all. Now, did I read incorrectly? But I thought that Jendrossek said that he was also going to hop on his chopper bike and come over, right? Berend, goedemorgen. Vinnie, goedemorgen. Nico, goedemorgen. Yoka asks, what time will the A380 arrive? It's late today. I think last time I checked it was 5 minutes to 2 that it was expected. Now interestingly, Yoka, the runway used today might mean that the A380 and the 747 that is also coming might land on Polderbaan. I'm not sure. At the time of their arrival, the Kaagbaan will be open and this runway. So we might have a chance of seeing it. It is late, indeed. It was late. It just took off when I watched shortly after 7 o'clock after waking up this morning. The wind is blowing in our direction and I smelled a waft of jet fuel exhaust. This jet having arrived from Geneva, and next up is going to be a G in the house. A321neo arriving from Athens. It feels like the wind is picking up, which I'm thankful for because otherwise it would have been unbearable. Let's do a quick check. So, let's see, Jesus is in Geneva now and is going to London Luton. So Jesus will not be bothering us today. We have Choina Airlines Cargo arriving from Mumbai, and that is expected at 1:05 p.m. We also have the Emirates A380 that is expected still around 5 to 2. And if you look at the expected runway use between 1 and 2 o'clock, Kaagbaan, Polderbaan expected for arrivals. Buitenveldebaan 09 expected for departures. A refresh shows you current runway use. Kaagbaan and Polderbaan are being used for arrivals. Buitenveldebaan is used for departures. And a refresh of the METAR shows you that the wind is still blowing from the east with a little bit of component from the south. Wind speed has increased to 7 knots, 304. It's still Cavoquet and it is already 26 degrees C. That is 82 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me quickly paste the METAR in the ticker for you guys so that you can see the latest and greatest. So Aegean flight 3624 A321neo, 2 hours and 58 minutes underway. 3-year-old airplane, now touching down. First flight September 2020. It's the SX9. Lisa asks how the phone is holding up. Well, I am using it without a case directly in the holder, and that is holding up pretty well so far. Brightness is still good. Next up is the first of presumably 2 bananas. A300, 600 arriving from Madrid. Also a massive big thank you to Peter, who is celebrating 9 months of membership and says good morning everyone. Peter, good morning. Good to see you again. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope you still like it in the lounge. If something isn't to your liking, do let me know. Now, if my camera will help, we'll zoom in again. This is the first of presumably 2 A300 600s. This one is arriving from Madrid. 1 hour and 55 minutes underway. 33-year-old airplane. This airplane began flying in January 1991, ladies and gentlemen. Arriving from Madrid, and I'm expecting another one arriving from London Luton later. Probably not too much later. (1991), ladies and gentlemen. Shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Also a massive big thank you, Peter K, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. If you are one of the recipients of Peter's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Richard, Nico, Andre, Aze and Yolande were the new members, courtesy of Peter. Thank you so much, Peter, for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. Use those custom emojis that are at your disposal now. Use them. You can spam us with them. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to spam with custom emojis if you want. Thank you so much and welcome. And also Andy, thank you so much for a massive big super chat there. And Andy writes, just to help the channel. Andy, thank you so much. That is very kind of you. I think I'm going to put that to use to treat JD, and if he's still around, Jendrossek, for ice cream later when we're done streaming. If the ice cream truck is there, we only had the, it is? Okay, cool. Yet yesterday it was only the French fries truck that was on the scene, at least what I could see from the other side. Yeah, thank you so much, Andy. Hey, Infinity also back in the chat. Good morning, Infinity. Right, it is back to the Embraers. AMS Live, channel of the one more Embraer. I like that slogan, Hans. Embraer 175, this one arriving from Stuttgart. You guys were asking about ducks. There's no duck here, but there is a coot. If the camera will focus in on it, but I don't think it is going to with all those grasses blowing in front of it. Now, what is the next airplane? Oh, it is another Embraer 175. That is so remarkable. Get your camera ready, JD. This is a very rare airplane. An Embraer 175 is coming in. It's from KLM. That's also an airline that you hardly ever see here. JD is bracing himself in the ready to shoot a picture position. Cannot make failure. coot is audible, at least to us. I'm not sure if the mic picks it up because it is very directional and the camera and the mic are pointing away from the coot. This is KLM flight 1762, arriving from Bremen. 34 minutes on the way. 8-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. Coot is audible, Sander says. And I thought I knew the slogans. I thought I saw it somewhere before. Well, is it copyright infringement if you are more specific with the airplanes? We'll have to wait and see. Definitely something flying overhead right now. I'm looking up, blocking the sun with my hand to see if I can spot it. No, the answer is sadly no. I did just now receive a notification of PayPal. Paul Canavan, if you are watching, which you probably are, I just received notification of a donation through PayPal. Thank you so much, Paul. You're probably watching. Thank you so much, my friend. Very kind of you. Still looking up. So annoying when you have airplanes passing overhead, but you cannot see them because they don't produce a contrail. QJ says, are you hungry already? Because second in the row is Choc-y. Oh, nice. Our high carb Embraer 190. First up, this 737 arriving from Vienna, KLM flight 1902. 1 hour 24 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. First flight was in April 2008. It's interesting because we also saw 737s hailing from 2008 that didn't have a Wi-Fi hump, and this one does. So why that is beats me. Keep hearing airplanes pass overhead, but no trace of them to be seen. Hey there, Bob, who says, very windy day here in Sydney, causing planes to come over us lower than normal. Regular windy or a bit stormy? Next up, our favorite German Airways special livery, Choc-y, arrived from Nuremberg. KLM, flying for KLM as flight 1840. 55 minutes underway. The DAPRI, we know it by now. 16 years old, first flight January 2008. Even though flight radar only says 2008, we know it's January. We know it's as old as the Orange Pride. Let's look and listen. And bird control K2. Slowly driving over here. Right, let's take in the calories. Yum, 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 yum. Chocolate. Oh. Chocolate bars. Bonbons. Chocolate cake. So much goodness. And a little butt shot to boot. Kabam! What's this? BizJet? Is it landing on runway 24? Huh? I think it is. I think this is a BizJet landing on... no, not 24, but 06. It's landing on the Kaapbaan, isn't it? I think it is. Yeah. I think it is. K2 also present. Next up is number 190, arriving from Billund. About to touch down after 48 minutes of flight. 14-year-old airplane, first flight October 2009. Landing on 04, the Oostbaan. Okay, thanks Marissa. Alright. KLM flight 1268 up next, arriving from Copenhagen, 737-800, 57 minutes underway. The airplane is 23 years old, had its first flight in July 2000. Cessna Latitude, Michael says. Okay. And 2 times 777 underway, QJ says. United and Air Canada. Yeah. But then again, KLM is also now being used for arrivals. Air Canada is going there. No, KLM arriving from Toronto and also 777 arriving from Cape Town. That's not good. That's not good. KLM flight 1268 up next, arriving from Copenhagen. What time is it? 11:09. Okay, so this is the 40-minute stint until 11:40 that the Kaagbaan is also open for arrivals. But it does result in some of the heavies now landing on that runway instead of over here. Right, thunder in the vicinity of where Andy lives. Over here in the Low Countries, it is still pretty decent. I'm having a look to see what airplanes are coming this way. So a few of the heavies that normally would land on this runway are now probably going to land on runway 06. Luckily, it is only open for arrivals for 40 minutes from 11 until 11:40, and we're already 10 minutes down that 40-minute time span, so I think the loss of interesting airplanes will be relatively minor, and hopefully we are going to gain the arrival of the A380 and the 747. Jeffrey, goedemorgen. And I do see now that Paul is also in the chat. Paul Canavan, thanks for your PayPal donation, mate. I did see it. ML Production says, nice stream. I have a question. How can you see which runway they take for arrivals? There is a website. It's now from BAS, but it used to be omgevingsinfoschiphol.nl. And if you type omgevingsinfoschiphol.nl in your browser, you will be redirected to the new website. Might as well just show you. Yeah, this is number 175. We can skip its arrival. If you go to omgevingsinfoschiphol.nl, you will get redirected to the new flight tracker, which is from BAS these days. Bewoners aanspreekpunt Schiphol. Always accept your cookies. If you then press on an airplane that is arriving to Schiphol when it is in the vicinity of the Netherlands and you click on it, it will say here which runway it will be assigned to. So you can see that that runway, these airplanes are all going to the Kaagbaan, and these are going to Polderbaan most likely. Yeah, Polderbaan. You can typically see it already when they're midway over the North Sea or when they are entering Dutch airspace, basically. Right, the next two airplanes on the glide slope are Lufthansa Flight 988, arrived from Frankfurt, A320, 40 minutes on their way so far. The Dazer, 11 years old, first flight March 2013. And the airplane that you see behind it is United Airlines Flight 968, a 777-200 arriving from San Francisco. Good morning, Martino, who is tuning in from Alkmaar, a bit further to the north. Time to take in a lot of vodka. Need to stay properly hydrated here. Not only do we have Chrissy Coot over there, Harry has also arrived, and a mate of his has two. Harry and Harriet, the hypnotizing herons. This seems to be Harry. Look at the hypnotizing gaze. Strolling through a field of flowers. This is Lufthansa Flight 988, arriving from Frankfurt. Regular A320, 41 minutes it has taken to get here. Lisa asks, did you just assume their genders? I absolutely did. I always assume genders. I don't check. I just assume. Would be a bit odd if you were to check it before saying something definitively. Now, everything I do is based on assumption. Next up is United Airlines in the Star Alliance livery. Once again, I'm hearing something overhead, but not seeing anything. United Airlines 777-200 arriving in the Star Alliance livery, arriving from San Francisco, 9 hours 55 minutes on the way. 23-year-old airplane, first flight December 2001. And Jendrossek has arrived on his chopper bike. Awesome. Whoa. Talking about Star Alliance, Jendrossek has also arrived. Step aside, let's see your beautiful bike, man. Check it out, the chopper bike of Jendrossek. Even has, what is it, handcuff chain? Is that a handcuff chain lock?
Yeah, handcuff style lock.
Handcuff style lock with chains. Fucking A.
Did I miss a go around?
You know, if there was a go around, I missed it too.
Okay, well I saw Delta.
06 is now also open for arrivals. I think they might be going
Okay, I thought I saw.
From 11 until 11:40, the Kaagbaan and the Polderbaan are now open for arrivals. Outbound goes via 09.
Okay.
So
Looks like the Delta reported on approach, but.
We haven't seen any deltas here, so I think they just were directed, they got vectored to 006.
Yeah. Okay. I got confused a bit.
Greetings to the ground crew from Austrian Wolf.
Greetings to Wolfgang.
Greetings to Wolfgang. I have one spare mic over here if anybody wants one. Awesome bike, Peter says, Peter Muller. Right, another 777 coming in, Air Canada, another bank robber. Number 9 on flight radar, tracked by 232 people. Rookie numbers, we can do better, get it in the top 5. Surely we can. Now number 7, tracked by 300. It is arriving from Toronto, Canada. If the first Air Canada hasn't robbed the Netherlands from all the money, this one will take the rest. Hide your purses, hide your money. 6 hours and 18 minutes underway. 777-200 long range. 16 years old, first flight February 2008. Liwa says to determine male or female, always throw some food. If he takes it, it is a male, and if she takes it, it is a female. Life lessons from Liwa de Haan. And I forgot to put the camera back in manual focus. Apologies for the focus dance. Air Canada flight 808 coming in. And after Air Canada flight 808, we will see United Airlines flight 909. What will be the next airplane after that? KLM flight 1010? That seems to be logical. Blissful Kitty says, how do you survive in the sun like that? Good company and chilled vodka. It's a recipe for success, baby. Bob asks, is Delta good for Amsterdam to Chicago? Don't know. I think they do fly to them. Hey, interesting. BizJet will be following this Dreamliner. Embraer 145, Thalair. Hey, look at the picture on flight radar, guys. Semi-Union Jack-ish flag diagonally positioned over the airplane. Beautiful. Pretty BizJet, you can just see it. Oh, and the third airplane behind it as well. Drunk in no time, Blissful Kitty says, well, that's if you're a novice drinker, but if you are practiced like I am, tolerance, baby, tolerance. Right, United Airlines flight 909. 909, also a techno festival that was held a couple of weeks ago already in Amsterdam Schiphol. Not too far away from Schiphol, actually. United Airlines 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Chicago, 7 hours and 6 minutes on the way. 2-year-old airplane, first flight August 2021. Patrick Antwerp says that Raymond Mens, which is a TV personality in the Netherlands, expert on the United States, will be flying to Delta to Chicago with Delta. Okay. Austrian Wolf asks if techno is a music I like. One of the many techno, progressive house, classical music sometimes, when in the right mood. Not much for country and western though. That is really not my cup of tea. Well, 2 airplanes on the glide slope, third one is turning in. The third one turning in is an A321neo arriving from Istanbul. First up, a nice BizJet. Embraer 175 arriving from Gothenburg. Thalair. Have a look on flight radar at the picture of the airplane. Nice looking airplane. Chris Good doing morning cardio over here all alone. Guess his compadres are hungover from yesterday's party, I think. Check it out. Wheelie time. Right, that is an airplane you don't see very often. Embraer 145. Here at Schiphol, home of one more Embraer. Let's see. Registration France FHFCN. 24 years old already, this airplane. Yeah, I thought so too. The Union Jack, it looks like it. Might still have been it, but the registration is France. Un aéroplane français. Now I have to switch between English, Dutch, German. Yay! Vive l'Europe! Next up, a jet, which I think is the rebranding of Anadolu Jet. A321neo arriving from Istanbul. Doggo asks, are you at the Spotters Plek Polderbaan? I am. E2 Embraer 195 in the background arriving from Stavanger. Looking around me, still no single contrail to be seen. We are approaching 11:40 local time. Morgan, my German friend has also arrived. And a local friend with a chopper bike. Another jet A321neo, and while we have seen A321s with sunglasses look, this is an A321neo that doesn't have the sunglasses look, masquerading as a regular A321 when in actuality it is a neo. Next up is going to be another E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Stavanger. KLM flight 1174, 1 hour and a minute underway. 2 years old, first flight October 2021. Hey, Paul also back in the chat, good to see ya. Ground crew also present, we have Jendrossek and JD over here. Jendrossek came on his chopper bike. I think you already saw it once before, Paul, but check it out. Even has the handcuff chain style lock. Really cool. To Embraer 195 arriving from Stavanger, 1 hour and 2 minutes on the way, now touching down. Another idle reverse landing here. Ah no, 777 from Emirates is going to runway 06. Meh.
And it's really convenient to
Hey there Norbert, Morgan.
around and put it in the shape, but zooming in is not, you cannot zoom in like this. Yeah, the new camera I think has a touch screen. This
Dynamic duo, JD on the left, Jendrossek in the middle.
Yeah. Well,
Standing around the massive big lens that JD has brought with him, 600 millimeters.
Because eventually if it
Has to be
breaks,
on its
you
separate
have to throw away
tripod.
the whole
Yeah,
camera.
sure.
Of course it's the same with the LCD screen, but I think it's easy.
Quite warm over here.
Used to have it.
Luckily there is a little bit of wind. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Adler going to runway 06. Still 10 more minutes and then that runway will be used again for outbound traffic as runway 24. And in the meantime, is that the beginning of a runway inspection? I think it might. No, that cannot be because there is already traffic turning in, so that can't be. That can't be. We have an airplane turning in, short final. Is that it already? Hey there, Tony! Tuning in from sweaty Suffolk. Sweaty here as well. If there was no wind today, it would have been torment. Luckily, this is what the wind on the scale of chimney smoke looks like. You can probably hear it on the mic as well. Definitely a little bit of breeze. Hey, Chinese triple coming. And we have something coming in from Curacao, Tui. While we're waiting for the Transavia to get close by, let's do another check on the weather. Refresh. 10 knots of wind, 27 C. Wind is still firmly from the east-southeast. Temperature 27 degrees C, that is 27, 84 Fahrenheit, roughly speaking. 10 knots of wind, and that's a good thing. If that wasn't here, it would have been too warm. Now, if you've been enjoying the stream so far, but you haven't already, please give it a like. Really helps to spread this content to people who haven't come across the channel yet, but who might also be interested in streams like these. Make sure to subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams. We're going to see a 747 and an A380 between 1 and 2 o'clock local time. Now, with today's wind and runway use, we might see these airplanes go to Polderbaan, because at the time of arrival, Polderbaan and Cargo will be open. I'm cautiously optimistic that airplanes arriving from the east are going to be assigned to the Polderbaan, and everything from the west and southwest will be going to Cargo then. So I'm cautiously hopeful that we might see both the 747 and the A380 today land on Polderbaan. Hey, that's good news, Jillard. Jillard is informing us that in 4 minutes from now, ITA Airways in the A220 is coming. Mwah! That is beautiful. Merveglioso. Grazie, Jillard. Transavia having arrived from Mykonos. Lily says cloudy in the UK, mild and a little close. Next up, TUI flight 356 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao, 8 hours and 28 minutes underway. 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. The airplane behind it is another A321neo arriving from Istanbul, but that is Air Oink Oink. And after Air Oink Oink will be an Embraer 175 arriving from Nice, having dropped off all the nice people. And that's the Chinese triple arriving from Chongqing, coming this way. First up, TUI Dreamliner. Now number 10 on flight radar. A mere 180 people are watching it. Rookie numbers. Let's see if we can get that ITA A220 in the top 5 later. See that the A220 is flying downwind, is already north of us. Let's see. Chinese triple at the 7 o'clock of the number 2. The number 2 is the Embraer 175 arriving from Nice, which is Nice. And this in the foreground is Air Oink Oink arriving from Istanbul, A321neo. Flight 1251, 3 hours and 6 minutes underway. 2-year-old airplane. First flight April 2022, and the wind is picking up, which is nice. It's also causing a little bit of shakiness in the footage, so let's quickly go to image stabilizer. Boom. Hopefully that will calm things down a little bit, reduce some of the wind shakiness. Wolfgang says, have you seen that the flypic has names on the front of the plane? I did not look specifically for it, but that's what most airplanes usually have, right? That goes for all airplanes, right? Airplanes have names that's usually written on the front of the airplane, below the cockpit. Right, the has landed. Elise. Alice, not sure what the proper pronunciation is. Right, we have a little Embraer 175 arriving from Nice, which is Nice, and that is underway now for 1 hour and 37 minutes. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight September 2016, and behind it we have a Chinese triple. Choina Southern Cargo, already viewed on flight radar by 232 people, making it number 7. Arriving from Chongqing. Probably still mispronounce it. Apologies to all my Chinese friends for raping your language. 9 hours 52 minutes underway, but first a little Embraer 175. Delta A330 behind the Chinese triples, so we have 2 potentially loud landings back to back. Word of warning, you are watching AMS Live at your own discretion. Parental supervision is advised. You might get damage to your eardrums or speakers when the volume is too high. AMS Live cannot be held accountable for any loss to speakers or eardrums. Choina Southern Cargo, arriving from Chongqing. 9 hours 53 minutes underway. 15-year-old airplane. Let's look and listen. Noise indeed. Noise indeed. Okay, we have all gone deaf here. It's now official. We need hearing aids. Where can we order the hearing aids? What's that? Say what? Right, Bombardier C Series 300 behind the Delta. ITA Airways A223 arriving from Milan, now number 2. First up, Delta Airlines. We missed it yesterday, an entire stream with no outbound Deltas. However, hopefully we will get compensated for that today with loud landings. This one is arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, 5 hours 59 minutes on the way. The third airplane that you see is an Embraer 190 arriving from Aalborg, KLM B784. Oh, and there is a little airplane visible producing a contrail of sorts. Yeah, well, if I don't see it in one go, I have no time to search for it. Delta. Let's take a listen. Another airplane that might get loud. Fingers crossed. smoky. I didn't. Were there people on board shining the light? Really?
Well, it was a reflection.
It probably reflection. Well, if there was somebody on board shining the light, then great. We did not see any announcement as far as I can tell in the chat, so I have absolutely no idea. Must have been reflections, more than likely. Now, check out this beautiful airplane. Beautiful livery, beautiful airplane. Perfect combo. One of the prettiest airplanes currently out there, I think. The A220 in the ITA livery. This airplane began life as a Bombardier C Series 300. These days they're called Airbus A220s, but obviously not an Airbus, but a Bombardier. ITA Airways arriving from Milan, flight 120, flight time 1 hour and 32 minutes. Brand new airplane, first flight September 2023. Tom, goedemorgen, good morning. Bellissimo! Che bello questo aereo! Now, squeaking brakes, yeah, not an exclusive to the Embraers. Next up is number 190 arriving from Aalborg. 1 hour and a minute of flight time, 6 years old, first flight February 2018. And Transavia arriving from Girona behind it. It's back to the narrow bodies, it's also 11:45, so until 1 o'clock all inbound traffic will be coming to the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to. As you guys can see, we have a little bit of wind, double-digit knots, and also blue skies all around. Just a few friendly cirrus clouds here and there, in distance mostly. Right now, the only cloud in the sky is this one. Further up ahead, a bit more nebulous, but in the immediate vicinity, all blue. There is one airplane passing overhead. Can I spot it? Let's see, should be over there somewhere.
No, I don't understand. I just want to make sure that
there it is. Really faint. That is Emirates 777-300. Just look at how extremely faint that little contrail is. Hard to see any overhead airplanes today. Luckily, more easily to see are the airplanes landing on Polderbaan. This is Transavia flight 5768 arriving from Girona in Italia. Now, besides Jörg and Jendrossek and me, we have some people sitting on the bench. A couple of cyclists. Hey! People even brought their own parasols along with them. and seems to hold up in the windy conditions. Interesting. Interesting. Now you can also see a lot of folk over there, all dressed very summery, rightly so, quite warm. Right. We have an Embraer 190 coming in and a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena, the next airplane to arrive. It also says so on the website of Schiphol. Adler modemerken oder sowas.
I only know type fashion, but that would not be pink, it would be green.
Yeah, yeah, correct. Yeah, I had one at home, and it's really weird.
Anyway, it was already discussed. Adler, was it about typewriters or fashion? Let's stick at the fashion brand. Well, pink typewriters would be nice. For those of you who are watching and are thinking, what are typewriters? That's a keyboard and a printer in one. The Eagle has landed, flying for KLM. Flight 1944. Having returned from Boss Hell, having dropped off some bosses in Boss Hell. Hey there, Ludovicos. Ludovicos says, boiling alive here in Greece, 35 degrees today, 40 plus a few days ago. Man, that stuff. Is there any wind? Wind at least makes it somewhat bearable. If there were no wind here, it would also have been unbearable. This is KLM flight 741, number 6 on flight radar. 200 people are following it. Not a lot of people on flight radar apparently, because 200 people makes it in the top 6. Arriving from Cartagena. Hey, that's good news. Wexit Chisek says DHL A300 is underway now. I was wondering, where is the second one? There normally is a second one. Normally not too far back to back, but today a little bit more of spatial separation. Spatial separation, but also temporal is what I meant. Got another airplane coming in from Newcastle. Embraer 190. Airplane you see quite regularly over here, in case you haven't noticed yet. And it is the FAS, the PHEZZ. The FAS has flown 57 minutes to get here so far and has been flying now for 10 years. Began its career as a professional airplane in November 2013. And the airplane behind it is a 777-300ER, now number 4 on flight radar, tracked by 340 people. So 340 people make something in the top 4. We have a bit more viewers than that. Can we get it in the top 3, top 2? Not sure how many are needed.
Which one?
The 777, now number 2. It's number 4 on flight radar, tracked by 340 people. Surely we can get it in the top 3. The lads are now also following it on flight radar. Busy on their phones. Funny. No, we've dropped to number 5. 300 people following it. No, we need more people. 777 from Curaçao, the next airplane to land. It's dropping. It's dropping out of the top 5 pretty soon. 316 people are watching. A380 lands on Polderbaan, and you need to get it in the at the first place, folks. It really has to happen. Yeah, number 5, 364 people. What? How many are needed to get it in the top 3? That's not good.
It's a bit late.
Let's get it to number 1 on the...
Yeah.
Let's get the A380 to number 1 if it lands here.
Yeah.
Right, Mrs. Professor says it is time for bed again. It's been fun hanging out in the chat. See ya next time, Mrs. Professor.
From me.
Sorry?
Mrs. Professor, tell her hi from me. Tell her hi from me.
Tell it yourself. Here's the mic.
Hi, Mrs. Professor. Have a good night.
Greetings from JD. I still have a spare mic, guys. Lying around in case any of you want one. 408 people, 444 people, still number 5. Well, that was a disappointing number 5 in flight radar. Now, next up, A319 EasyJet arriving from Bristol, and we have another Dreamliner coming in. That is a 787-10 arriving from Panama City. Let's see. Corendon A350 is also approaching from the east. Not sure how many of the airplanes we can see from over here. Only vaguely the 3rd airplane. Not sure if we can see the 4th even. Yeah. The 787, of course, makes that the narrow body behind it and needs to be a bit more in the distance, more separated. Doggo says, can I plane spot with my 76mm lens? Absolutely, you can film and spot with any type of lens, but don't expect to be able to make close-ups. That will be a bit more difficult. Mrs. Professor says, JD, hello, nice to see you again. Nice lens for your camera. Alright, Flying AMS live logo coming in. Arriving from Panama City, 787-10 Dreamliner KLM flight 758. 9 hours and 25 minutes underway. Airplane is 4 years old, first flight November 2019. Think I might have to bring in my camera for a checkup. The zoom rocker seems to be hampering a little bit at moments. Not sure why that is. I always want to do what I want it to do. Now it's working perfectly fine, and with on other times when I try to zoom in, it is doing nothing or only very stuttery. Now, still no airplanes visible in the sky, no contrails, no nothing. We'll have to make do with what we can see over here. What can we see over here? Well, a 737 in the foreground and the A350 from Corendon in the background. And the gear is lowering. You can see the doors open and now the gear extending. Beautiful. The 737 in the foreground is arriving from Paris. And you can already see something if you look closely to the nose. And you have already seen it if you look on the flight radar picture. Something up with delivery. Just checking what else is coming this way. Mostly narrow body still. First up, KLM flight 1406. Having arrived from Paris Charles de Gaulle, 48 minutes of flight time. Maybe a bit longer than normal would be the flight time. Paris and London. Luxembourg, all three average around 40 to 45 minutes, normally speaking. We're still within the normal range. Now, guess what happened yesterday afternoon? I was cleaning my house and around the end of the afternoon, the bell went, opened the door, it was my neighbor. I said, what? That can't be. You guys, I checked flight radar, your flight departed at 3 p.m. and I thought you guys were underway. They were on the airport, but they didn't make it through the checks, etc. and the lines in time. The airplane was still on the ground, but they already detached it from all the entries were already detached, and then they won't open the door anymore. They aren't sure if their or at least yesterday when he was on at the door, they weren't sure if the luggage was on board or not. They returned home without any luggage, tried to call Transavia to see what now what, if they could take a later flight or rebook or anything. What a disaster. The neighbors have two baby girls. Apparently they were crying at the airport because of what happened. What a drama. This is World to Flight Corendon, flight 598, returning from Willemstad, Curaçao. WTF, what the fudge? 2-year-old airplane, first flight April 2022.
I was looking at it from this angle, and it seems that it can be a reflection from
Yeah, I think
background.
But it can still be perhaps someone who's later on watching the stream back and would look for himself like, people get smart.
Next time I have to go.
Well, I don't know, Lisa. The oldest is, I think, 10 or so. The youngest is still younger than 10. I think the oldest one might have understood what was going on, but still very disappointing if you think you're going to Egypt for 2 weeks and then because of a software malfunction it all goes to shit. Next up, Avion Express, flying for Transavia. This airplane is arriving from Chania, Ghania. A320, 3 hours and 10 minutes underway. Also overhead traffic coming by.
Innsbruck. No, we go by train. Yeah, only the last part, when we go back home, we go
737 outbound. Hey, and is that duck pigeon? The hybrid duck pigeon. Lijners, good morning. Arnoud, goedemorgen. Mirza is tuning in from Dubai. Good afternoon. Welcome. Next up, Embraer 175 and an E2 Embraer 195 behind it. The whole entourage is not complete if the Embraer 190 isn't there, so luckily that is now number 3. We also see something turning in. I think that is a Transavia 737, which will be the number 4. This is number 175 arriving from Cardiff, 55 minutes underway. 6-year-old airplane, first flight November 2017. Interestingly enough, the sun is completely shining all the time now and my phone is still on full brightness. Hopefully I haven't jinxed anything by saying this out loud. But attaching it without the case, that does help to get to dissipate the heat a little bit more efficiently. Ha Wendy, goedemorgen. Is it still morning? Technically, not anymore. The afternoon has begun over here. And in an hour or so from now, the first and only 747 of today's show is expected. That is also the time when the Kaagbaan will reopen again for arrivals as runway 06. Interesting question will be, where is it going to go to? Normally speaking, traffic from the east, the standard terminal arrival, the start, is going to Lelystad, and then from Lelystad either to the southwest, or continue straight to the west for the Polderbaan, for instance, or for runway center if that is open. So I'm thinking, logically speaking, airplanes coming in from the east will be directed towards Lelystad, and from there on will either be directed to the south or to the north. And reasoning like that, I think that Kaagbaan is further away and more of a detour. Now, if Kaagbaan and Aalsmeerbaan runway 36 right were open, then it might have been directed to 36 right, but I'm thinking when Polderbaan and Kaagbaan are open, runway 06 and 18 right, I still favor the airplanes from the east going to the Polderbaan. That also will apply for the A380, which is also expected to arrive between 1 and 2, or at least last time I checked. So that I'm still cautiously optimistic about our chances of seeing the King and Queen today land here on this runway. German Airways, and not coming in from Germany, but from Aberdeen. Hey there Barbs, good to see you again. Johan, tuning in from sunny Terschelling. have the bird controller coming our way again. And we have a Transavia 737 arriving. Jillard is informing us that the second banana is expected in within 20 minutes. And the Emirates A380, I just checked flight radar, still expected at around 156. That's good news. Now, the crew also is back. And this is something you don't hear very often, Transavia using the reversers. Having arrived from Catalonia. Embraer 190 from Hanover next. But first, the crew. They have their beaks open. I think that's for cooling. It is quite warm over here. Now, the good news is the 747 arriving from Mumbai is still expected just after 1 o'clock and is approaching the border of Germany from the Czech Republic. Behind it and still expected around 156 is the Emirates A380. Fingers crossed that we are going to see both of those airplanes over here on the runway. KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. 44 minutes of flight, 8-year-old airplane, first flight December 2015. A little gusty. Despite the image stabilizer. But it is saving us from getting boiled alive over here, so I'm not complaining about the wind. Also a massive big thank you to Johan, celebrating 4 months of membership. And Johan writes, altijd weer genieten, boy bedankt, always enjoying. Boy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your kind words, Johan. I hope you still like it in the lounge. I hope the seats are still to your liking. Do let me know if something isn't to your liking. Now we have a Britty hopper coming in, arriving from Teesside or Darlington. Embraer 190, flying for KLM as flight 964. 51 minutes underway, 17-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2007. Another glitch acting up, just saying the year, not the month the airplane first began flying. Apparently an airplane just took off from, is that 18 right? No, 18 left, with overheated brakes. Judging by the shape of the fuselage and the small winglets, this is an A330. To, yeah, odd. More Britty hoppers in the meantime over here. A330 with hot feet, Paul says, right. Next up, Embraer 175 arriving from Leeds, and a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from LAX. Let's have a quick look at the weather. Refresh of the METAR says that temperature is still 27, wind is changing a bit more to the south, 9 knots, 304, so that is basically status quo. Again, I'm hearing air traffic overhead, but I'm not seeing anything. Quite annoying. Beautiful day. Finding an airplane flying overhead when it's not producing a contour, finding a needle in a haystack. Near impossible. No, not seeing anything. I keep looking up, but to no avail. KLM Flight 604 up next, arriving from LAX, 7879 Dreamliner. Let me also quickly paste that METAR in the ticker. Morning Carol Ann, morning Mats. Or good afternoon, I should say. It is afternoon already. Right, KLM Flight 604 arriving from LAX, 10 hours and 4 minutes underway. 8-year-old airplane, first flight January 2016. Now, in the meantime, the crew are slowly but surely occupying the lanterns. Now, occupying the solar panel and the lanterns south of us. So that's a murder of crows, right? That's the proper term for it. A murder. Poor birds, all black. Beaks open. That's their air conditioning. So those are the waterhoen or something that we saw yesterday. The chicken duck pigeon hybrid. Meanwhile, more Transavia 737s, this one arriving from Previtsa. 2 hours and 45 minutes of flight time. A murder of crows, beware, Paul says. Murder, murder. Who done it? Let's play a game of Cluedo. Now, meanwhile, it is thanks to the wind that we are still surviving over here. Really warm. Blue skies all around still. A bit of milkiness looking to the west. Nothing. Land inward. This is looking to the south. Southwest, it's a bit more dark. And what's that coming this way? Is that a Chinese triple? Or is it? I think it is. Oh. Chinese triple coming this way.
Noodle Express.
Departing or is it arriving?
Departing.
Oh, so it started this way and then it makes the turn to the east. Yeah.
Chinese triple passing overhead. Let's turn back so that the camera and the wires don't get tangled. Wolfgang says Lufthansa 747 right over Schiphol. Wolfgang says that there's a 747 overhead Schiphol. Can you guys see it? We're all looking up. The sun is also directly overhead. We're not seeing anything, sadly.
Transparent livery.
Transparent livery, yeah. Well, you have to remember 3 older men are now standing here. 2 of them are wearing sunglasses. Old man yelling at clouds. Well, if there were any clouds. BA flight 430 has arrived from London Heathrow. Still not seeing any 747s, indeed. There, in that blue bit of sky. Right, make sure you guys drink enough. I have 1.5 liters of vodka with me, and you have to stay well hydrated, otherwise you start hallucinating and start talking gibberish. I stick with the vodka. Jendrossek has beer with him. Alcohol-free beer. Adler. Adler, basically Sina's Sissi. No, Spa Lemon. Almost. Number 190, returning from Stuttgart. Still waiting for Captain Wheelie, indeed. It's been a while since we last saw Captain Wheelie, with a proper wheelie that extends beyond the fire station, or at least optically, from where we are standing over here. It would extend and extend, and then when the airplane was somewhere over there, optically, so still before, but at least optically from this vantage point, it would have been past the fire station and the tower before the nose gear would touch the ground. Patience is a virtue. Good things come to those who wait. Yada yada. Right. German Airways in the background with a banana. The second banana arriving from London Luton.
Distance is about the same, but then it's sometimes easier to reach.
Right. German Airways Embraer 190 in the foreground is arriving from Frankfurt, flying for KLM as KLM flight 1816. 43 minutes underway. Embraer 190 long range, the Dossie, which we have also seen so many times before already. I'm wondering how many Embraer 190s from German Airways are currently flying for KLM. Does anybody know? And also how many of the Britty hoppers are flying? I don't know how many there are. There certainly mustn't be too many. Would surprise me if it was a double-digit number. This airplane, 17 years old, first flight somewhere in 2007. Again, not display flight radar not displaying the month. The team still at the camping of Zwarte Cross. Zwarte Cross, if you don't know, is a festival that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is a combination of. It used to begin with a motocross festival, and then also more music later. So it's now a combination of motocross and music, and a lot of beer. In case you hadn't noticed, one of a kind festival in the Netherlands. Right, banana time, ladies and gentlemen, number 2, arriving from London Luton. DHL A300-600, 14 minutes underway, and this airplane, 29 years old, first flight September 1994. Lisa has returned from stabbing her cat in bed. I thought you were nicer than that, but you're a cat stabber. Not sure if I want to associate with people who stab cats. With a knife? Anyway. Here it is. BANANAS of DHL. The landing in the audio department, so-so. But we are going to get a butt shot. Nice. Heavenly butt shot to make up for the lack of volume. Yeah, absolutely. You can also see how the model of the spoilers has changed. Now you can see there's a big gap of air between the actual braking surface and the two axes. These days the surface is much closer to the top foil of the wing. Right, PHBVD confirmed for Polderbaan, Marissa says. That is the SkyTeam 777, that is also coming this way. Hey, Dave Smith is back in the chat. Mate, I was hoping I would see you in the chat some point, because I think in one of the recent streams, I think it was the one where we went through the 20k, I think I missed 5 gifted memberships of you, Dave. Thank you so much for that. Very belated thank you. Apologies for missing it. But I think I saw it and... made a mental note of it that next time I would see you in the chat, I would still say a big thank you. 5 gifted memberships and I missed it back when it happened. Apologies. Hey there Jeroen, goedemiddag. Peter K says Jesus is coming. Jesus? Jesus isn't coming to the Netherlands, is he? Really? At least this morning he was flying back to London Luton from some holiday destination. Really? Is Jesus coming? Is Jesus coming? Where is Jesus? Right now all I'm seeing in Europe is a 747 and an A380 and something that will arrive tonight. The special A350 Team USA is flying to Johannesburg. And this is an A. That's the Orange Pride going out. Okay. Huh. Playtime confirmed for Polderbaan, ITA 1247. Thank you Marissa for the update. Hey, Ari says it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Ari. Well, now I have locked the pen and tilt axis on my tripod, and even so it is wobbling a little bit. Apologies for that. I have dynamic image stabilizer enabled already. Ah, the music. I'm a bit slow today, thanks for enlightening me, Roy. Right, the Jesus I was thinking about, the only Jesus on my mind, of course, is the EasyJet Jesus. And that is flying from Luton to Jersey, Yillard is saying. And Wolfgang as well, thank you guys for setting me straight. I've seen the light. Now, let's cue the music. Red Wine Express returning from Bordeaux with some Chateau Gluck. Chateau Gluck. Meanwhile, it is a warm day over here with a bit of wind. We have people using umbrellas and some bigger umbrellas further downstream. I am still accompanied here by JD on the left and by Jendrossek on the right. Hey. We are standing here as the only nut jobs in the searing heat. Hardly anybody in the vicinity. Well, maybe has anybody forgotten to put on deodorant? Why are there so many people so far away from us?
I realized that last week it was really crowded.
Yeah.
It's okay. But I guess tomorrow there will be an explosion of people.
I think people are still trapped at Schiphol from yesterday, still waiting in line.
Still at home trying to reboot their computer.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, blue screen of death. Jeff says, oh, lens. Yeah, that's a 600mm lens, Jeff. That JD borrowed for the occasion to make some beautiful pictures, which I'm sure he will send to me later, some of the best pictures. And I can share it if he wants me to. Oh yeah, and there's there's the group selfie that we also still need to take. That's what the people want. A group selfie at some point. Lisa says, you guys are intimidating men, eh? Nobody dares to come close to you. Yeah, absolutely, very intimidating. Wow.
Yes.
Jendrossek is of the selfie department. Yeah, where is Lorenzo?
He is at the Camp Mama.
Camp Mama. Ah, okay.
Holiday now, and then we will be back at my place 29.
Okay.
Then we will be going to Austria.
And then you guys will be going on holiday, indeed. Yeah.
But we go on holiday the 3rd, so that there's a week in between before we take off.
Cool.
Relax before we start traveling.
Very wise. Very wise.
Then we go to Innsbruck.
Innsbruck, yeah.
Inspired me to go to Innsbruck.
It is a beautiful airplane. It is a beautiful airfield. Are you going? You guys were going by train, right?
Yeah, we go by train.
Yeah. But leave by airplane?
No, we leave by airplane from Luxembourg.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, the arrival from the east, if you fly over the Inn Valley and first over the city of Innsbruck, is beautiful. Really lovely. Still remarkable. The stripy, the stripy thing. TFT, that's an old type of monitor, isn't it? Old school, yeah. We're old enough to remember.
I started with the black and white CRT, so...
Oh, CRT, I remember the TVs being CRT.
Amber.
With a big tutor, as you would say,
Yeah,
behind it.
with a big ass.
Big ass, absolutely. Back in the day, TVs had big asses, and there were TV pro shows on that were also... Well, I think if they would try to send, if they would try to broadcast Married with Children these days, the network trying that would get cancelled.
I think they need a dedicated network, the cancel network.
The cancel network, yeah. Archie Bunker, Al Bundy, all the
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Like, I'm not sure you could say that today.
People were more chill 20 years ago,
Yeah.
25 years ago. Let's see, what have we here? We have Welling, but not with the yellow dot, but with the level tail. Have arrived from Barcelona, Welling flight 8309. Nice little butt shot in the process of being formed. The airplane is 17 years old, first flight made 2007. Jeff says Married with Children was the best. Absolutely. So many fond memories of Married with Children. Han is safe, absolutely. Lisa needs the dot. Well, fingers crossed, Lisa. Maybe we'll see a dotted one pretty soon. You never know. Welling not as frequent visiting Schiphol as Embraers from KLM do, but there is a reasonable chance we might still see one. This is a regular as Transavia. Well, you can also see, you can also look into this one as trash, the TRA3H, arriving from Zakynthos in Greece. Flight 6084. 2 hours and 45 minutes on the way. PHHZJ. 24 years old, first flight April 2000. outbound. Finnair? Is that Finnair A350? Is that the real A350? Looks like it. Standard livery. Now this is also the position I would be in filming, crouching a little bit. It is much more physical. Yeah, I'm too old for that. That should be the thumbnail. Old geezers reaching for their sore backs.
Oh good.
I'm going to blur you guys. I'm going to blur you guys and then
Need my image stabilizer.
need image stabilizer. Oh, you old farts. Right, next up is the PHBVD, the SkyTeam 777-300ER, arriving from Vancouver, KLM flight 682. Having arrived from Vancouver, 14-year-old airplane, first flight August 2009. Michael Jackson says, I'm old and I understand their back pain, lol. He resonates with the back pain. Got another little
Could be a band name. Boy in the Boomer Squad.
Boy in the Boomer Squad. That sounds indeed like the title of a Batman episode, a film.
That's Michael Jackson, Mike Gates Jackson, right?
Yeah. Right, next up is a lot to see. Peter says, remember to drink sufficient vodka, boy. You're absolutely right. Bottoms up. That's a good suggestion. I have to stay hydrated. Now, as a practiced alcoholic, I usually hide my vodka in a liter bottle, regular bottle. Used to contain fruit juice, which of course I immediately dumped through the sink after purchasing this bottle. It's just for covert drinking only. I still have a half liter of cooled vodka in my thermos. It's keeping nicely cool. Even yesterday when it was, no, the day before yesterday when it was exposed to the heat for a couple of times because I forgot to lay it under one of my backpacks. Outside of the thermos was really warm to the touch, but the liquid inside was still nice and cool after several hours. So if you ever need to keep drinks warm or cool, a thermos, proper thermos really is the way to go. This is lot Embraer 175, flight 263, arrived from Warsaw. Very polished landing after 1 hour and 36 minutes of flight. Not a lot to see. Next please. And it is the split. Or Socialist Party member in Dutch, SP-lid. PHBVD in the background. Hey, that's a good suggestion there, Paul. Vodka kills pain, back pain. So, bottoms up. Still vodka on the rocks. Absoluut. Zeker vast. Another Transavia coming in. Flight 6598, arriving from Corfu. for Faju. Lisa says it's scary how well your Flemish has become. Yeah, it's embryating into a different gear, but it takes a little practice. Practice makes perfect. Little BizJet on its way to Amsterdam Central so that it can turn in and land on runway 22, presumably. Oh, ho, 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 what is going on? A massive big thank you to Tom, just now gifting 5 memberships. Tom Schillemans, thank you so much for that. If you are one of the 5 recipients, don't forget to say thank you to Tom, who just now gifted you the membership. Be sure to use the custom emojis that are at your disposal. You have availability to them for a month. Tom, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your kindness. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. But that wasn't all. So that Wolfgang also just now gifted 5 memberships. Wolfgang, you know you shouldn't have. You're doing more than enough to support the channel as it is, as a member, as a moderator, and as a member. Gifting 5 memberships above and beyond. Wolfgang, thank you so much. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the recipients of the memberships of Wolfgang, aka Austrian Wolf. Welcome new members. Now, your custom emojis you can use. Indeed, it is playtime, gents. Where is Evelyn? Yeah, good question. Haven't seen her in the chat for a while either. And also Tiger has been MIA for a couple of streams already.
Does anybody know what happened to Eva Naomi?
Eva Naomi. Also, no, haven't seen or heard from her in a while as well. It does happen, of course. People come and go. That happens in life, just as with a YouTube channel. Hey, Marissa says Choina 747 confirmed for the Polderbaan, lads. Thanks for the update, Marissa. If the Choina 747 is assigned to Polderbaan, then I am I'm growing ever more cautiously optimistic about our chances of seeing the A380 here. It also landed on Kaagbaan when you were there, right? Last time. Lucky charm. Lisa is a lucky charm. When she is around, the A380 lands over here. And Jörg, also, that can only mean one thing. We need more. We need to raise more funds so that we can put JD on the payroll, so that he can become a co-host, drive from Düsseldorf to Schiphol on a regular basis. Make that A380 great again. Hey there, Mr. Plaud, who is tuning in from just outside of Manchester. Welcome to the show if you're here for the first time, and all other viewers who might be new, welcome too. Feel free to say hi. If you have questions, shoot. It's not mandatory to say hi, but it's always appreciated. Everybody here is friendly. And if you have questions, a lot of the people in the chat are very knowledgeable. So, 747 coming this way, that's good news. That bodes well for the A380 as well. For the time being, we still have to make do with narrow bodies. Nice triplet of narrow bodies is coming in. Even with my 5.5-inch monitor, I still struggle to see the number 3 right now. This is KLM flight 1502 arriving from Madrid. Next up will be an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Dubrovnik. And Jeroen was asking about the 747. Let me show you.
It's near Flevoland.
Indeed. Also, quick look on the map shows you that the Chinese 747 is already in Dutch airspace. Yeah, the Emirates A380 still expected a few minutes to 2, still flying in the Czech Republic. 1 hour and 5 minutes from now expected. Still in the time frame that Kaagbaan and Polderbaan, runway 18 right, this runway, and runway 06 will be open for arrivals. The fact that the 747 that is arriving from the east has been assigned Polderbaan. Is that remarkable? Well, come to think of it, it is 10 minutes to 1. Are there any airplanes assigned to the Kaagbaan already? I'm wondering if the 747 wouldn't have been assigned to this runway anyway, given the time of day. Well, we'll see. Servus Marcus, who is tuning in from Austria. Maarten, sup. Hey there, Jimmy, tuning in from UK. Good morning still. Is your last name pronounced Dignan? Probably so. Just checking. Right, Austrian Wolf has to step out, hopes to be back for the A380. We'll see you soon, mate. And also a massive big thank you to Peter, just now gifting a membership. Thank you so much for that, my friend. I see that Anonymous was gifted the membership. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, Anonymous. Not sure if you're present today. Gifted memberships also get gifted to people who are not necessarily live in the chat when the gifting happens. But thank you so much for your kindness, Peter. Anonymous, welcome to the club. KLM member 175 arriving from Frankfurt. Looks floaty. Is this a Captain Wheelie landing? No. It looked promising in the beginning. And the longer we don't see Captain Wheelie, the more likely it'll become that the next airplane will become a Captain Wheelie Wheelie. And correct, Jimmy Dignan is how you pronounce his last name. Tuning in from Edinburgh. Well, welcome to the show, mate. Well, welcome back if you know you have been here before. Of course you have. That's the vodka. Tolerance can only do so much to keep you sober, or think you are sober. Now the quote-unquote alcohol-free beer is also getting Jendrossek. He's also having to sit down. He's got the munchies. He's got the munchies. Were there green herbs in that quote-unquote beer of yours? Alright, next airplane to arrive is going to be TAP Air Portugal, which is still flying to the north over the coast. In theory, we might get this. We might be able to see it. I think we do. I think I have it. I think I have it. I think I have it.
But I do not know whether I will be able to get up again when I sit down.
Let me see. Is this too far? No, wait. There it is. TAP Air Portugal. There it is. Right, the old farts are having a sit-in. Jendrossek is sitting on the grass, and JD has brought a little chair with him. Nice.
My wife advised me to do so.
You have a very smart wife. Well, at least you'll be sitting a bit higher and you can see a bit more of the grass. Still no airplanes, but that is exactly what I was also wondering, Mark. Did Jendrossek smoke some of that special grass? Yeah, or maybe he ate some of that famous Dutch weed that you can see over here in the background. The Netherlands famous for its weed. We have fields of them, filled with them. Right, back to the manual focus. We were following TAP Air Portugal, whose pilots are not pilots, but they're called tap dancers. Jendrossek ziet ze vliegen, indeed.
And the girls are the tablets.
And the girls are the tablets. Tablets.
Tablets going on topless.
I'm not sure if this is a tabless flight. Hey, the 747 is flying base. It is flying in the vicinity of Purmerend. Last time Jendrossek and Lorenzo were here, we established that that would be in the vicinity of the chimney smoke, if I recall correctly. So the yeah, and looky here. Clear skies, and immediately we can see the Queen already. That is now flying over Purmerend, so let me get my bearings in, my ground references. Right, so there's 3 windmills left of the chimney smoke. And that is Purmerend for you. Duly noted. Makes finding airplanes really far away that much easier whenever visibility is good. Oh, that one cloud! Next to the cloud, right. The sky was cloudy all over.
If I'm in the kitchen, I'm just listening to what's going on. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the hell is going on?
Yeah. Some of the best conversation. Where's the airplane? In the sky, next to the cloud. Oh. Hey, is that another bizjet coming this way? A C518 OOMST on flight radar? Now the TAP A320. In the meantime has gotten a little bit closer. TAP Air Portugal flight 668, arrival from Lisbon, 2 hours and 18 minutes underway. The airplane is 14 years old, first flight November 2009. Is that bizjet coming here? Don't think so. Looks like it is going to be very close behind the 747 otherwise. Bizjet is continuing to the Schiphol Oostbaan or another runway. Let's look at the tap dancers then, if we can. Actually, rather windy, luckily. Keeps us cool. Makes zooming in and looking in the cockpit a bit more challenging. In the meantime, the Queen is coming. Number 8 on flight radar. Can we get it in the top 5? 324 people are watching this airplane. Those are rookie numbers. We can do better, can't we? Arrived from Mumbai, 8 hours and 5 minutes underway. The airplane is 18 years old, first flight June 2006. Ah, that's one of the airplanes that you teach. Mustang, cool. It seems to be continuing for the Oostbaan. Hey, and Saudia is also coming this way. Is that a standard livery or is that one of their special? No, it's a standard livery, the old standard livery. Saudia Dreamliner also coming this way. That's the silver lining of the runway configuration. Hey there, Film Noir, NYC. Adrien, goedemiddag. Transavia 737 should be somewhere in the background turning in. I've locked everything on my tripod. Dynamic image stabilizer enabled. You cannot mitigate. You cannot fully negate the shakiness due to the wind, unfortunately. So if you try to, yeah, there it is. The Transavia 737 arriving from Valencia turning in. Saudia is flying a bit further to the north than the 747 did, so let's just keep our eyes on the prize. Now number 7 on flight radar, 460 people are tracking this flight. Arriving from Mumbai, 8 hours and 7 minutes. The 747-400 freighter is 18 years old. This 747 began its career as a professional airplane in the year 2006 in June. Will it get loud? We will find out soon enough. Let's look and listen. Fingers crossed. Nope. No luck for us today. 2 stars. I think you're generous, Jendrossek. Long distance butt shot. Well, all that waiting for this. Wah, 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 indeed. Yeah, crack open the beer, drink away our sorrows. Now more than anything.
Okay, let's go.
No!
Ooh, glide slope shot.
Jerry in the chat?
Let's see.
Hang in. Oh, the focus.
The glide slope behind us is formed by what? Okay, that was Harry. Screeching all of a sudden.
Glide slope. Wrong direction.
Wrong direction. Hey there, Frank. Good afternoon. Glide slope behind us is formed by two 737s and an A320 that just turned in. The second 737 is Ryanair. Might get loud. The first 737 of Transavia just landed, arriving from Alicante. Ooh, you're absolutely right, Lisa. You have to ask for permission first before you film a lady's butt. Choina Airlines is going to get cross.
Lost in translation.
Lost in translation, yeah. That's our excuse. We don't know. Three in a row glide slope shot. Nice linear glide slope shot for once. And number 4 should be arriving from the right in the background. That would be the Saudia Dreamliner. Or, no, it is already on the glide slope. That is the number 3 right now. So we have Ryanair coming in. We have Air France A320 arriving from Paris coming in. And then Saudia 787-10 Dreamliner. First up, Ryanair. Might get loud. Let's take a listen. Arriving from Dublin. Oh man. Okay. Who switched off the tape of Let's Get Loud in the background on the ATIS? Who was it? Harry the Hypnotizing Heron. Slowly crouching towards the water. Keeping a close eye out for prey. Getting distracted by cyclists wearing yellow vests, young cyclists passing us by. The hunt continues. Well, we'll get back to that later. Air France coming in hot from Paris. France est arrivé de Paris, A321. Quick wave to K4, that just passed by. There they go again. They apparently took a wrong turn. Cyclists with their yellow vests on. Alright, let's turn back. Saudia Dreamliner up next, arriving from Jeddah. So aboard this airplane are Jeddah Knights, probably using the force. 5 hours and 27 minutes on their way to get here. 4-year-old airplane, first flight September 2019. Shh. Hey Klaas, goeiedag. You guys turned around. Well, the wind is keeping us decently cool. It is still doable. If there was no wind, it would have been too warm. You guys have a nice day too.
Also here, going to the other end, it also splits up. You also get the airport and then you go
Now,
to the other section where you were before.
Embraer 190 and an A320neo in the background, and that A320neo is voiling with a yellow dot, so you'll get your fix, Lise.
I was thinking about bringing bike.
Oh yeah, you can do it. Go. Yeah, no, no, it's possible.
737 behind it, arriving from Rome. Hey, is that A320neo from Kuwait Airways going to land on runway 22? That's interesting. Interesting. Right, next up, an airplane of losers with nothing to lose but to get here. One hour and 32 minutes to get from loser town to winner town. Well, Schiphol technically isn't a town. You know, they say it is Amsterdam, it is the municipality of Corendon. And I'm sure I would incite a heated debate if about whether or not Amsterdam would be considered a winner's town. I don't know. I think they're just losers, period. Yeah, whether they have to lose or whether they are going to lose remains to be seen. Frank is having a large glass of ice cold bitter lemon. Well, Jendrossek is having a tin of ice cold Radler.
Yeah.
0% lemony. We weren't bullshitting about vodka and beer. Here we go, Welling, spot the dot, A320neo. K4 coming by, in a hurry. Okay, runway 22 is a second runway for arrivals and only 24 for departures. That is good news because runway 22 is too small for the A380 to land on, which means guaranteed A380 coming this way. I'm not sure if it is in Dutch airspace already. Probably not yet, but the runway configuration is excellent. Very pleased with that. It's just a guarantee that the A380 is going to come here. Not yet, no, but we know if it's just runway 22 and 18R, then it's going to come to the Polderbaan. Right, the king is coming to town. Meanwhile, this airplane is returning from Rome, one of KLM's 737-800s. And a little away from the first officer. Awesome. I thought I heard a bird. Almost sounds a bit like what pigeons the sound. It was a little baby on the neck of Daddy, presumably. Well, and I'm still, even though there's a little bit more nebulosity in the sky right now, I'm still looking up regularly to see if I can spot a contrail for you guys, but it's no dice today. You can definitely see more humidity in the upper atmosphere, preceding the thunderstorms that are expected to roll in tonight and overnight. And then tomorrow, if all is well, the western part of the country would be in the clear already in terms of precipitation, and the highs will be 10 degrees centigrade lower than they were today. Film Noir says, I didn't see the engines go in reverse on the KLM 737. That might very well be. Many of the airplanes landing here on this runway, which is very long, land either with idle reversers or even no reversers at all. So that's not an uncommon sight, and that you wouldn't have been mistaken. Happens quite regularly, actually. They just roll out. On this one, Embraer 190 having returned from Aberdeen. Shamrock up next, Aer Lingus arriving from Dublin, A320, flight 604, 1 hour and 4 minutes. Off flight time. We have another airplane behind it. Air Transat A321neo arriving from Toronto. Now, I cannot believe it, it is very warm over here. The phone has been exposed to the sun most of the time. It is still on full brightness. So just getting it out of the case, which works as an insulator, or esky as the Aussies would say. That really seems to help, assuming there's a little bit of wind. M. De Vos says, I'm new. How awesome. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. If you're new, don't be afraid to say hi like M. De Vos just now did. It's not mandatory, it's always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free. Shoot, ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Many people are watching, all of them are friendly, many of them are knowledgeable. E-I-D-E-N. One of the ITA A321 Neos or something has a registration EIEIA. And the old McDonald's song really works well. Now, speaking of ITA, motherfudger, it is going to the center runway, arriving from Rome. A320 ITA Airways. Hard to see from over here because of the heat distortion. Let's quickly turn back. Air Transat arriving from Toronto, next to land here. Flight 376, 6 hours and 43 minutes on the way. Airplane a year old, first flight June 2023. That's a good question, Tom. Does ITA also have a farm? Latam 767 confirmed for Polderbaan, Marissa says. ETA 1340. So that is also... My phone holder is just over the time on my phone screen. Right, that's in 25 minutes or so from now. Let's see. Hey there, Ella. Good to see you again. Not black yet. Using sunscreen. Makes for a nice bronzy. No, I'm still white. White AF. My legs particularly, they don't seem to color at all. The arms are lightish colored. Just a little bit. Not much. Sunscreen really works a treat. Right, the Sunweb special delivery from Transavia up next, arriving from Alicante. Transavia flight 6144, 737-800, 2 hours and 11 minutes on our way. 8-year-old airplane, first flight February 2016. We love holidays, absolutely. Oh? Did they lease the pilots? Those were Dutch pilots, I think. Huh. Hey, Bookie Meow. Wow. Good to see you again. Hey, Finnair A359 also back. Any 747, you missed it. You missed it. Only an A380 next. Potentially.
Yeah,
Potentially.
I think so.
Qatar 777 just confirmed for Polderbaan, just entered Dutch airspace with 22 open. Yeah, still. If 22 stays open, then the A380 is going to come to this runway. It has to. They cannot open up runway 27 and keep 22 open for the rest of the inbound traffic because it will intersect. Hey, Bookie Meow, also at the Polderbaan yesterday saw the Superno 747. Did you also saw it? You saw it take off? We were standing at the beginning and we heard it. It was magnificent. It was so loud. What a treat. Already 737 time. 2 of them coming. Third airplane arriving is an E2 Embraer arriving from Inverness. Jeff Walker says, it looks and sounds like you are very close to the airplanes. We are very close to the airplanes, and the added effect is that we have wind blowing from the east, and we are standing west of the runway, so the wind of the engine is blowing towards us. The wind currently is blowing more or less from this direction, so airplane noise is getting blown towards us, which amplifies the audio perception you guys are experiencing, so to speak. Auditory experience. Now, wind's definitely not slowing down. On the scale of chimney smoke, currently things look like this. Even though the water is still calm and near mirror-like, you can see the graphs indicating there's absolutely wind, and since it was 10 knots earlier already, I'm imagining you guys are hearing it on the mic as well, since I'm using the dead cat attached to the camera. Lisa says, I know nobody who is so happy with hearing damage as you, boy. Oh, man. That is perception. I don't have any hearing loss, I think. Well, I mean, as long as it is regular hearing loss and it doesn't get accompanied by tinnitus, the ringing in your ears, then the world just gets more quiet, more serene. Oh, no, yeah, no. The volume, the duration of the exposure is so short. Even if you accumulate it during an entire session, you would still be within the safe zone of. I kind of sort of know, I sort of have to know this kind of stuff.
I've never had my ears ringing after visiting an airport, but I do after visiting a club. So.
Yeah, well, that is why you have to go to outdoor festivals. Yeah, baby. Yeah, no, not go to the club, but.
I'm still in front of the speaker. So
that is so 90s. Going to the club.
Yes.
Monday, going to the club. Tuesday, going to the club.
Yeah.
Chilling with my homies in the club. I think it also differs to what kind of club are you going. Are you going to something like the IT or the Roxy, or are you going to the club where you have the bottles of champagne in the VIP corner? Techno and big speakers, me gusta. E2 Embraer just landed, KLM flight 902. 90210? No. This is the first thing I think about. 90210. Marissa says that Icelandair 767 is also confirmed for Polderbaan. Was to be expected. But always nice to get the confirmation. While we're waiting for the heavy hitters to arrive, we are going to see 3 different types of 737 back to back. Starting off with the first airplane, a 737-900 arriving from Edinburgh. Then it is over to a 737-700 from Transavia. And then the mid-size 800 arriving from Lion. While we brought all the Lions. Oh. Also a big thank you to Abel, who just became our latest Aurora Skylounge member. Welcome to the club, Abel. Also another club where you can go to. You can go to the Techno Club, you can go to the R&B Club, or you can go to the club called the Aurora Skylounge. Annabelle just did. Thank you for choosing AMS Live. Hope you will like it in our lounge. With plush seats, air conditioning, sausijzenbroodjes for Han and for Roy. Hey Musamil, also back in the chat. Good afternoon, good to see ya. Yeah, indeed, Elwa, club sandwich, also something you used to have, and I think in some reputable shops you can still buy them. Club sandwich. There was also club soda. No, that's still something, right? That's still water, but with bubbles. Club soda. What we would call Spa Rood.
Exactly.
Or well, you also have those carbon units that you can use to give bubbles to fish, to anything still.
Yeah.
What's it called? Soda stream. Soda stream. I wonder if that is worth the expense. But then again, that's also what I'm wondering when you have one of those faucets that can give boiling water, a cooker.
Yeah, it's really helpful. It routes your wallet really fast because it's producing heat 24/7.
Ah,
So you can have.
but you can save on gas then. You can put the central heating a bit lower. Same as my coffee maker. If I put that on, it also generates heat all throughout the day. But at least it doesn't use a lot of energy because it is well insulated boiler. Right, from 737-900 to 737-700, the baby of the bunch. Next up, 737-800, back to KLM again. Next up, the airplane having drop-off Lions. KLM Flight 1432, arriving from Lyon. 1 hour and 9 minutes underway. 17-year-old airplane, first flight February 2007. Right, I see a discussion about the favorite Spa Rood kind of drink, the club soda, the club sodas that you can get in the Netherlands. Spa Rood, San Pellegrino. Are you actually tasting a difference?
Yep, the rip-off Pellegrino from Lidl.
The rip-off Pellegrino from Lidl is also nice, right? So, top tip from Jendrossek. Nice to see how the chat is sooner or later reverting to food and drink. It's always the same.
That's getting lunchtime.
It is getting lunchtime, right? Yeah.
But where's the A380? I don't see it on Bezoekbas.
Is the A380 missing?
I don't see it. Maybe. I don't know.
See the 777 from Qatar.
Qatar is coming, the 767 is coming. They are both flying base now. The A380 is still in the vicinity of Münster.
Okay.
Ah, there it is.
Between Münster and Osnabrück.
But then it's not arriving at 13:40.
No, might be a bit later.
Okay, I thought so.
It's still expected 156, but then again, what would be the other runway to open? No, if there are 2 runways open now for arrivals, then from 2 o'clock it will be 1 again. That's going to be the Polderbaan.
I think so.
So regardless of the timing, before or after 2 o'clock, chances are, if I...
At least the wind is in favor. It's not much, but it's in favor.
I'm willing to bet 10 euros on Polderbaan regardless. Maybe.
We'll do the airplane then.
Oh, Elwa asks, Dolphin is Aldi brand, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
I think so. It's green bottles.
Green bottles.
Some sort of
Italianish looking. I must say I hardly drink any club soda, any spa. Usually just put cool water from the faucet in my fridge. Just drink cooled still water all year round.
I sometimes like it instead of beer. I want something with a fizz.
Oh yeah.
Alcohol, then
If you crave the fizz. Yeah.
fizzy drinks.
Well, if I want to satiate my thirst for bubbles, I usually buy cava or something. That's Spanish sparkling wine.
Yeah, okay. The Spanish champagne thing.
Like you have what's the Italian called again? Yeah, what's it called again? That's that alcoholic hangover, right? Hey, but this is a Transavia A321 Neo. Prosecco, that's it. Prosecco. How could we not think of it? Well, a liter of vodka and some alcohol-free Adler for Jendrossek. Arriving from Malaga. Transavia A321 Neo. Ah, top tip from Michael Jackson. Bloody Mary is a great way to get over a hangover. Bloody Mary.
Bloody Mary. Tomato juice, pepper.
Yeah. Isn't that what you're supposed to be drinking when you do brunch?
I always saw old ladies drinking this.
Oh, in I think it was a thing back when I lived in Amsterdam until a couple of years ago that people would go on brunch around noon and have Bloody Marys and eggs Benedict or something on toast.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, an airplane that you rarely ever see over here, an Embraer 190, arriving from Genoa. Blah blah blah. Genoa, blah blah blah. Latam Cargo up next, 767. Behind it, Qatar 777 arriving from Doha. Nice back-to-back glide slope shot. Let's take in the glide slope shot. Bottoms up. Even though the outside is really warm, the thermos, the inside, the vodka is still nice and chill. Nice and chill, just like me and you. Just chill, bro. Hey, A380 has indeed been confirmed for Polderbaan. Nice. Get the cameras ready. Oh shit, battery's up. Wah, wah, wah. No, the camera is going all black. Latam Cargo flight 1506 arriving from my MI. My MI thirsty. 8 hours and 26 minutes on the way. 16-year-old airplane. Put your wheelie where your mouth is. That's not the PHBVD, it already landed. But it is Qatar arriving from Doha. Still have to combine Homer Simpson Do and Nelson Muntz Ha. Doha. Qatar Airways 777-300 6 hours and 3 minutes on the way. And is that Steven Seagal doing a real little race? No, that's, well, it is some sort of seagull, isn't it? It smells a bit like sulfur. I might need to bring in my camera for a checkup because that zoom rocker really isn't working the way I want it to. Pressing it now, zoom in, it's doing nothing. Now it is, now it isn't. Okay, so... Right, sorry? This is the new one. But the zoom rocker sometimes is a bit iffy lately. When zooming in, now I have it zoomed. I'm pressing zoom in and it stops. Now it continues. I still have it pressed in. Now it's going really only momentarily. I think maybe I need to release the pressure, give less pressure. Maybe press it a bit more lightly. Don't know. No, well, this is a zoom rocker. This is a physical rocker. Not sure, maybe I need to put in some alcohol with that. Probably wouldn't damage the electronics, would it? Some high percentage of alcohol I think you can use to clean electrics. Yeah. Oh, maybe the compressed air. Maybe there's a bit of dust. That could be it. And loud indeed. Delta delivers. Ordinarily, yeah. Last time I was here with landings earlier in the week, not so much.
It's only on exception that they don't make a lot of noise.
Yeah.
Usually it's always
They are the most consistent noisy buggers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Icelandair 767 turning in is now number 2. There we see it already. In the foreground we have an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bilbao. Bilbao Baggins from Lord of the Rings. One hour and 30 minutes this is underway. Bilbao in the north of Spain. Airplane is a year old, first flight September 2022. Indeed, isopropyl alcohol. I think I have that lying around. Not sure, because the zoom is working on occasions and on some it's not. It's probably just something mechanical and not something electrical. Yeah, Yeah, and I mean, you're out here, maybe just some dust particles, some sand or something can accumulate. I recall that I also had that issue with the previous camera, but that was before the zoom mechanism got loud, the Vuvuzela, if you maybe still remember. But that's why I brought it in. Got it all fixed. The only thing I need to do is just reattach the rail so that I can click it in the tripod, and I can also use the old one again. So even if I had to bring it in, it wouldn't be an issue. I still would have another camera, because then I could revert back to the XA40 that I initially used.
Yep.
Right, Icelandair 767, another 767. That's nice. Two relatively close behind one another. Icelandair Flight 500 arrived from Reykjavik, 2 hours 42 minutes on their way. 23-year-old airplane, first flight August 2000. I'm also pressing more gently now, and now it also seems to be working. Just don't press so hard. Let's see if that is the trick. I sometimes don't know my own strength, how many times I tried to screw something tight and I made it break. Maybe I just pressed too hard. Push the button. I'm just a brainless button pusher. It's what I do best. Push a button.
It's not monkey proof.
Not monkey proof. Canon XA60. Now, Martin celebrating 7 months of membership. 7 happy months. Thank you so much for your continued support there, Martin. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Well sounds of the E2?
Yeah, but why? It's only taxiing. Weird.
Fat bike. Okay, and then it became quiet. The A380 is approaching. We'll be flying over Markermeer, so .737s are all going to runway 22 if you look on flight radar. Lucky us that the runway 22 is too short for the A380. We know it's going to be coming this way. Oh yeah, and B8, the retro livery is 10-ish minutes out. Definitely nice airplane to stick around for. Oh, it is going to be, it's going to arrive before the A380. It's already coming this way. BA A319. Arrival from London Heathrow. BA. Where is it?
Well, we do have a runway inspection.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's part of the plan.
That's okay. The BA is
Just assuring.
4,200 feet and still descending, so there's no sign of it going to runway 22 yet.
I remember a couple of years ago they would do a runway inspection every time the A380 and A380 would arrive.
Yeah, yeah. That's flying over IJmuiden, the retro BAE. It is an A319, very tiny.
We left out from the tower.
Hard to see.
Okay. Austrian Wolf and Maya have a message for you.
Okay.
After the A380 there will be an A321neo and the pilot of which is the father of a member of our chat.
A321neo. From what?
Wait a second. Transavia. A321neo from Transavia.
Okay. Is that the one immediately flying behind the A380?
That's what I understand. Maybe Marissa or Austrian Wolf or Maya can answer that.
We'll see.
Marissa and Austrian Wolf.
Yeah, I think you're right, Michael. Transavia flight might be going to 22. Has anybody checked? Because you can see on omgevingsinfo what runway the airplanes have been assigned to. Is the A321neo coming here or? Because there's no use to stick around for a little A321 if it's going to land on runway 22. You can see a few pixels. Again, just for indication, this is what you can see. Well, okay, it's a bit more than pixels. If it is that one, of course we can film it. Hopefully we'll come to Polderbaan, because with the heat distortion there's not a lot that we can see from over here except that it is an A321. Confirmed for Polderbaan. Nice.
A380 and it's coming to Polderbaan.
And it's the one immediately behind the A380. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh no, mother fudger. The retro is going to... the retro is already flying in the vicinity of Zaandam. The mother fudger passed us by. I think I can see the A380 and the... Fuck. Mother fudger, where is it? Come on. The stupid airplanes passed each other by. So we have the A380 over there. And this is the retro. No, you can see that it is the retro, barely. Mother fookers. Mother fookers. Oh man. It is such a lovely airplane. Here I was thinking this morning maybe to put it in as a thumbnail. Glad that I didn't do that. Jesus. Well, that's the thing. Jesus isn't here. God apparently is looking over the Republican presidential candidate, or so he says, and Jesus is out and about partying in Mediterranean Europe, not watching over us. And if Jesus had been here, this all could have been prevented. It's all Jesus' fault.
God is busy keeping Trump's hands off the strippers. They just want to comfort him. Yeah. Well, here we go. King is coming.
Looking behind me, I thought I heard what sound, the sound that you also hear when the fire trucks are coming. That's not them.
You missed one, but we get the more important one. So. At least I think it's nice when you come here, you get to see it. Yeah. Because so often that we are like, oh shit, it's going to the other runway. Just 2 minutes before.
Yeah, having visitors is apparently a lucky charm.
Yeah. And next time, instead of offering a goat, we will invite JD.
Yeah.
Save the animals.
Where did you going to offer me?
No, invite you. Invite you.
Well, it looks a bit pixelated, this little A380, but that's because I'm very far zoomed in. Back to the top end of optical zoom, this is what it would look like. But yeah, this looks a bit bigger. Not necessarily better, but we can see it coming.
I still don't get why it even exists, digital zoom. Why?
Digital zoom, why it exists? Well, it does help for some shots if you use it moderately to bring some things closer.
Yeah, but,
I use it regularly
yeah,
during the streams.
yeah, I know, but it always gets pixelated and
Yeah, that's true. True, and you mustn't go overboard. I mean, if I apply the full 400 times, yeah, this is very pixelated.
yeah, it works 10 or 20 times, but beyond that, it's usually gets pixelated. For the
No, true.
colors.
Hey, and it's not the A321 that is coming immediately after the A380, because Vueling is first coming. Hey, we also have triples coming in. Oh, we have a triple coming in from Atlanta, we have a triple coming in from Lima, and we have an A330neo arriving from Salt Lake City. They are all approaching, so...
Ungrounded at the same time.
Yeah, no chance of leaving, JD. Still 3 heavies coming this way.
Looks like it's floating, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like it's floating, but I'm sure that if you switch off those 4 engines, that will soon change. Yeah, it seems to be floating because it is so big and so far away. Jendrossek was trying to use his empty beer can as a makeshift tripod for his phone. He's taking photos with his camera and a big lens, trying to film with his phone. Man. Yeah, buddy. Lightweight. Level up. We have a winner. And a butt shot to boot. I'm surprised I could even hear you say that. The 2-story apartment building with wings has arrived. Now stick around, there's more coming. I'm seeing another 777-200 arriving from Salt Lake City also approaching. And we have also a 777 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Normally after the A380 lands, it's going quiet and nothing but narrow bodies are coming in. But now there are like 6 or 7 triples and A330 neos and whatnot coming, so cannot leave. Cannot leave. Emirates says looks like 22 is now closed again. Spot the dot. Vueling. also have a Turkish A330 coming, arriving from Istanbul. So yeah, I think we're going to stick around, or at least I am going to stick around for a few more heavies that are finally coming. If you look on Flight Radar right now, all the inbound traffic to Polderbaan. Also a massive big thank you to Arjan, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. And thank you so much, Arjan. Dankjewel for your kindness. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to Arjan. And be sure to use the custom emojis that are now at your disposal, such as the Transavia logo, which we can use for this next airplane, an A321neo, flight 6738, arriving from Kalamata in Greece. 2 hours 59 minutes it has flown, now touching down. PHYHY, which began flying in March this year. Hard to look into those cockpits, being very tinted. I don't know, is it the first officer or the captain who's the father of the viewer? Now Luca, thank you so much, just now gifting 10 memberships. Holy shit, if you're one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you. And Stefan, I recognized him. Nice, awesome, awesome. Captain is your dad. Well, cool. I tried filming it the best I could, but it was a bit difficult to keep the camera steady and also to look in the cockpit. They're quite dark. Here you can see it as well. Luca, thank you so much once again. 10 memberships, courtesy of you if you're one of the recipients. Don't forget to say thank you to Luca. Or is it Grazia? Might be Grazia. Thank you so much. No problem, Stefan. No problem. Mark says, boys, going to be well done instead of medium rare today. Mate, I'm so rare, I'm one of a kind. I am unique, I'm so rare.
Bloody rare.
Off the charts unique. Got a Sky Team livery 737-900 coming in now. KLM flight 1364 arriving from Budapest. Get your butt in Budapest. Budapest. Nothing but the best. Right. Using my fingers more gently to caress the zoom rocker of the camera. Seems to be working. Just too hyped, I think, because of all the vodka. Right, next up, 777 airtime, coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. KLM flight 622, 7 hours and 23 minutes on the way, 777-300 and this is the PHBVV. The airplane is 3 years old, first flight December 2020. There is a Turkish A330 behind it, arriving from Istanbul, Turkish flight 1957. And further up ahead, at the 7 o'clock of the number 2, already visible, but in the distance still, is another 777-300 KLM flight 744, arriving from Lima in Peru. Let's get loud, let's get loud, let's get loud. A more gentler touch with the zoom rocker. That seems to be working so far. Adrian is talking about a Chinese triple cargo passing overhead, 6,000 feet outbound. Got it. No, it's a 747. Air Choina Cargo. There it is. Where's it going to? Shanghai or Chongqing? Right, I'm in an awkward position, and so too is JD, crouching behind the lens, trying to shoot. What does that look like? That looks a bit like this.
I bet it doesn't look
yeah, and now once again, grab for your back. Yep. With your permission, guys, one of those stills I'm going to use as a thumbnail. I'd like to use as a thumbnail. Blur you guys out. Blur you guys out, exactly. Old Fart TV, AMS Live, where old man, yeah, Waldorf and Stadler.
Best part of the show was the end of it.
Right, Turkish. You take sugar, Turkish. You take sugar. No, thank you, Turkish. I'm sweet enough. Hot shots coming in. Frank says JD looks like a sniper this way. Oh dear. Oh dear. Paul also approves use as a thumbnail. Well, if I get permission, I will blur you guys out. Make it just like the airplane dance that I did with Sander. I think it's going to make for a nice thumbnail. Two old geezers reaching for their sore backs. Right, another 777 coming in. Number 7 on flight radar, arriving from Lima to get Lima beans in the Netherlands. KLM flight 744, 777-300 11 hours and 40 minutes it has flown. The PH BVO, 9 years old, first flight March 2015. Delta Airlines flight 56, arriving from Salt Lake City behind it, A330 Neo. And are we going to see a 777-200 also arriving from Salt Lake City, KLM? After that? I think so. BVO in Dutch is an abbreviation for biertje voor onderweg, which means beer for on the road. Most young people and young of mind, older people will know that expression. BVO, biertje voor onderweg, beer for underway. So that's if you're going to a party, for instance, and you're on your bike, as Dutchies are when they go to a festival or something. You have a beer for on the bicycle to get to stay hydrated on the way. Do you guys have that in Germany as well? get your half-liter mug on the way.
I remember Vorglühen.
Who?
Vorglühen. Like
Vorglühen?
Like you have a diesel engine.
Yeah. Oh.
You had to
You preheat it.
preheat it.
Yeah. Vorglühen. V-O-R-G-L-U-U-E-N? H-E-N. Ah, glühen, yeah. And you would use beer then, or Vorglühwein?
You can have shots.
Schnapps, of course. Right, we have Delta Airlines Flight 56 coming in, A330neo arriving from Salt Lake City, 9 hours and 3 minutes underway, and the airplane behind it, not yet immediately behind it. We have two narrow bodies that are cramped in between. I was about to say is also arriving from Salt Lake City. That is a KLM 777-200. Right, I think we are going to. I'm going to wrap up after the 777 arrival from Rio de Janeiro has landed. We have two narrow bodies and then two back-to-back 777-200s. After that, I am going to call it a day because I think otherwise my sunscreen will start to wear off and would need to reapply it. And I'm also starting to get hungry. And if the French fries truck is there, I'd like to take you guys out for a French fry. Because I am starting to get... You're going home? Are you sure?
Yes.
You really sure?
Yes, yes.
Also, if there may be an ice cream involved?
I need some drink. That's it. Drink? Yeah. Getting out of water. Yeah, that's okay. We'll head over there. Good.
You can never take enough water with you when you go to the Polderbaan. I still have gloves in one of my backpacks. You need to be prepared for warmth, for cold, for drought. you need water. You need everything. Yeah, and the wind chill is so severe here. Yeah. KLM obviously resorting to hiring foreign pilots. This cannot have been. These cannot have been Dutch pilots. This is exactly the reason why I like Ryanair so much, because they use their reversers more often than KLM does. Yep. This was really rare. So 3 more airplanes for today. Embraer 190 arriving from Düsseldorf. The airplane that JD could have taken or maybe can take back. Oh no, then you leave your car over here, that's also not handy.
Yeah, then I have to come back by plane and
yeah.
pick up the car next.
What are you going to do? Well, I need to go to the airport to pick up my car in Amsterdam. Hey there, Rich. Good to see you again, mate. Long time no see. If you just joined, pity of the timing, because we are going to wrap up after this and the next 2 airplanes. Opel as well, all things considered. Marissa is already going. Thank you so much for joining, Marissa. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope to see you in the next one. We have 2 back-to-back 777-200s with which we are going to close down this stream. They're coming next. Nobody's home. Stay away, get out. The last glide slope shot of today, 2 777-200ers, both KLM. In the foreground, one arriving from Salt Lake City. In the background we have a 777 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Before that, a quick glimpse at another 777 that is arriving from the south, passing overhead, going... Oh no, it's an A350. Again, me mistaking the initial roar of what I thought was a 777, which turned out to be an A350. Choina Southern, going to Choina. at 610. This is arriving from Salt Lake City. 8 hours 49 minutes it has flown to get here. Just look at how goddamn clean those flap surfaces are. It looks cleaner than my car. Amazing. Right, last airplane of the day. Another 777-200. Lieve says, I cannot remember giving you permission to end the stream. Yeah. Well, you know me, I'm a bit of a renegade. And I do things sometimes without asking for permission. Sorry that I didn't ask permission, Lieve. I apologize.
You also didn't ask for permission to continue filming after the A380.
I also didn't ask for permission to continue filming, so yeah. That may kind of sort of compensate for it, I think. Waldorf and Stettler here agree with me. Last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen, KLM B706, 777-200 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. 10 hours and 43 minutes on the way. The PHBQB, 20 years old, first flight October 2003. KLM style subdued landing. On that terrible disappointment, it is time to end. Thank you all so much for joining me here. I had a wonderful time. Luckily there was a bit of wind, otherwise it would have been insufferable. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Also a big thank you to JD and to Jendrossek. Thank you all so much. See you later. Thank you all so much for joining me here. Hope to see you in the next one, probably tomorrow, if the weather is favorable enough. Also a last minute super chat by Austrian Wolf for the pumps. Cheers! Well, thank you so much, Austrian Wolf. We will make good use of that in a few moments. Now, thank you all so much for joining me here. Hope to see you in the next one. A big thank you for all the likes, all the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships. A lot of new members courtesy of very generous donors. Thank you all so much. Hope to see you in the next one. Moderators, a big thank you for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. Hopefully until tomorrow. See you in the next one and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.